Tina?
Okay. Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening and welcome to the City of Sonoma Planning Commission meeting for December 10th, 2020. And with that, I will ask for a call to order.
Commissioner Barbos,
Here.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Here.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Here.
Commissioner Bohar,
Here.
Commissioner Wellender,
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Here.
Commissioner McDonald,
Here.
and Chair Felder.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will put the flag up and do the pledges of allegiance, please.
Yes.
All together, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Housekeeping items. First of all, there will be no new items heard by the Planning Commission after 10 o'clock unless the commission by majority vote specifically decides to continue reviewing items. And since we have 5 items on the agenda tonight, it's possible we may reach that point. If the item is not heard, we'll attempt to schedule a special meeting or whatever we can do to accommodate that agenda item. Any decision of the Planning Commission may be appealed to City Council. Appeals must be filed with the City Clerk within 15 calendar days following the Planning Commission's decision. And in terms of public comment, because this is a Zoom meeting, you can log into the Zoom meeting with instructions from the website, or you can also use a smartphone. And we will take either written comments by email or vocal comments if you've logged in. Anyone that has given an email must be submitted by the time the item is being discussed if it's to be read into the record. Otherwise, it will just be added to the pertinent item after the meeting. With that, we're going to move on to comments from the public. Do we have anyone that cares to make a comment for items not appearing on tonight's agenda?
I see no public comment and no one has raised their hand. No written public correspondence.
Okay. With that, we will then close the comments from the public. Review and acceptance of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make to the agenda? I have one. I would like to add issues update before comments from the commission at the end of the meeting, since that has been inadvertently omitted. Does anyone have a problem with that? Okay. Do we need to do a motion to add that?
Yes.
Okay, would somebody make a motion to add that agenda item?
So moved.
For a second?
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald, and Chair Felder.
Yes,
The motion is unanimously approved.
okay. We will move on.
I didn't respond to that because I'm not supposed to vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We move on to correspondence. Is there any late correspondence received?
No late correspondence as of 5 o'clock, and all the correspondence has been posted on the city website.
Thank you. And with that, we've also received a number of letters from residents in the neighborhood down by the wetlands. And so I'm going to call on our planning director to comment on those letters, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, over the last few days from the 6th, December 6th until yesterday, I've been copied on letters that you have received and that the city council has also been copied on, a total of 11 letters. I don't know if that's the same number that you all received, maybe more, I don't know. But I've been copied on at least 11, 9 of which are essentially the same. And then there are 2 others that are separately written. I plan on providing, I thought I'd wait until today to address your commission and let you know that I'll be providing a response to those folks that are written in. And again, I think those items that Christina just mentioned have been placed on the city website. That'll be my update, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The only item on the consent calendar is the meeting minutes from November 12th. All items on the calendar are considered to be routine, will be acted upon by a single motion with no separate discussion unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request items to be removed. Does anyone want anything removed? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to accept the minutes on the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Sheila. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes,
and Chair Felder.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. We will then move on to the item 8, the public hearings. First item is discussion, consideration, possible action to approve a use permit and design review applications for change of use from an office to a medical office and to remodel and expand an existing building located at 800 Broadway. With that, I'll go for a staff report, and that is
Christina.
Christina Tierney.
All right, and before we start, Christina Morris, is Mike in the waiting room by chance?
Yes, he is.
Can you please promote him to a panelist?
Sure.
And there may be,
There
I'm
is-
checking to see if the applicant's in there.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi, Michael.
Michael, is the applicant joining us tonight? I don't see him in the waiting room.
He should be. Tyler Boynton is his name. But if he's not, I can
I don't
speak on
see
his
him.
behalf.
Just wanted to make sure to promote him if he wanted to be.
Yeah, I sent him the links and everything a couple of days ago. I'll check my email.
Sorry, I'm having. Try this again.
Oh, what's going on?
Chair Felder's doing magic back there.
I was like,
Well, I've been playing with a phone here trying to make it work again. I disconnected it and the call came in.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so the project before consideration tonight is a use permit and design review at 800 Broadway. The existing use is Coldwell Banker office, and the switch would be for a medical office for the Boynton dental practice. Okay, did my slide change?
Yes.
Did, but you're going a little quickly.
So here is the location of the project at the corner of Chase Street and Broadway. It is located in the Broadway corridor and is zoned mixed use. The required setbacks are a 15-foot front and street side setback, 5-foot minimum side and 15 combined, and a 20-foot rear setback. The application is for a change of use from the real estate office to an oral surgery dental office for Dr. Tyler Boynton. And the change of use would be from a standard office to medical offices. The exterior improvements were reviewed and recommended for approval by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission in November. And they include a small addition, an 86 square foot addition, a previously covered exterior space. Part of the project would involve moving the primary entry from Broadway to Chase Street and a new trellis at the entryway along Chase Street. Operations would include approximately 5 full-time staff members and hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 5 days a week. Deliveries would continue to be from Chase Street, and there are no modifications to trash or other associated services with use. The existing site plan with the primary approach from Broadway and the parking lot in the rear of the building on the east side. There are currently 16 parking spaces, and as part of the project, there would be restriping to accommodate an ADA parking space. It would be reduced to 15. There's the proposed site plan and the trellis on the north side of the building. The ADA parking space would be on the north side. The existing elevations.
Christina, can you blow that up at all? It's really small on our screens, the elevations.
I don't think so.
It's okay. They're in the packet anyway. I'll just
Sorry.
in lazy. I can look at them there.
And for some reason, the presentation function on my PowerPoint is not working.
That's okay.
Here's the proposed elevations. And these are a little bit more explanatory of what the changes would look like. This is the new Chase Street entry on the right and the view looking down Broadway on the left. Excuse me. On the left, we have the proposed trellis, which would be painted steel and redwood, and the proposed brick facing, lighting, and paint colors. Are there any questions about the slide before I move on?
I think you can move on.
All right, some additional details on the brick facing. And I think Michael will probably go into a little bit of detail about that. The proposed lighting. Windows. And in order to recommend approval tonight, we have findings for design review and use permit. These are the findings for design review, as well as for use permit. And I would recommend that oops, that is the wrong recommendation. So we'll just go back to there, and I would open it up to questions at this point.
I have a question.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Council.
In the staff report, it says that the current real estate monument sign will be removed and replaced with a new painted steel monument sign. Will that new monument sign be internally illuminated like the current sign?
So I'll let Michael comment on that later on, but my understand the sign and the landscaping are gonna come before design review at a later date.
I understand, and so maybe it's irrelevant for this conversation, but I'm just curious about that. So perhaps
I
somebody
saw a
can-
head shake. Michael, do you want to comment?
Yeah, great question. No, we're proposing that the only interior lit sign on Broadway be removed and be replaced with an exterior lit sign, which would be a simple blade monument coming out of the landscape.
Great, that's perfect. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? I can't see everybody, so I can't see if you're raising a hand. There's no other questions. We'll open the public hearing and we'll let the applicant speak on this item.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to represent this project. I think what's interesting from a land use standpoint is just by relocating the entry from Broadway to Chase Street, end loading the building enables the building to change its use and provide for a new viable future for it. Bisecting the building with a public lobby and entry makes it unusable for medical uses because it would basically split the medical spaces from the public spaces, and you want to isolate the public from the medical spaces beyond. And so it was very logical programmatically to shift it over to the Chase Street side and end load the building. And these type of smaller office buildings, as you know, are going to be challenged in the future with more people learning how to work from home. And I think this is bodes well for this building. It promises a great future for it. And substantially, the changes will be largely invisible. It's very in keeping with the block, and just the Chase Street side will have most of the new architectural treatment for it.
Quick question or comment, Chair Felder?
Is that it for you, Michael?
Yeah, I really think it's sort of a logical, if not inevitable, change for this type of building. And Dr. Boynton is a local oral surgeon, and he's looking to really anchor himself in the community here with this building. And I really hope that you would be able to find yourself to approve it.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnett, did you have a question of the applicant?
Yeah, Michael, just an offhand thought. Is the doctor aware of the fact that the Chase Street Bridge is going to be replaced and is likely to be both noisy but also produce some vibration and affect the environment for I think a fairly substantial period of time? Is he aware of that?
I don't know if he's aware of it. It's an interesting point, Larry. Should this be approved tonight, there still will be a period of where the construction drawings will be prepared and the construction of the tenant improvements will happen. What is the schedule for this Chase Street Bridge replacement?
I'm not sure what it is now, given all the dislocation of the pandemic on things, but I would strongly advise you check in with City Hall and see if there's an actual schedule for that work, because my recollection is that it was put out for bid, and maybe even has gone beyond going out for bid, but it's going to be a big project.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up on that. I'll let Tyler know.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open it to the rest of the public for public comment. Is anyone in the queue for public comment on this item?
No. No public comment.
Okay, with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion, possible action. Anyone care to speak? Okay, Mr. Bohar.
Well, it's a handsome building, very well maintained with good parking, and it seems like an appropriate use. I'd certainly think it ought to be approved.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
I mean, I would just echo the comments of Commissioner Bohar. I think Michael has done a great job with this project, and I've always been, as a former design review commissioner who used to focus on signage, I was always unhappy that we had this big internally illuminated box in the Broadway Historic Corridor, and so I'm excited that will be leaving and be replaced with a more appropriate signage there. And obviously that's not our purview, but in general, I'm very supportive of this project.
Anyone else? Commissioner Willander.
Yes, thank you. I think the overall proposed design changes are solid and look appropriate. I am a little bit concerned or uneasy about the change in the orientation of the entrance. It seems like if I've inventoried Broadway thoroughly enough, this will be one of the first buildings that doesn't have its formal front door on Broadway. Given the significance of Broadway, it feels a little bit maybe uncomfortable that we don't have a front entrance on Broadway, but a side entrance. I certainly do recognize the value of the change when it comes to the floor plan, but it just kind of feels like this building has turned its side to Broadway. And I wish there was some way that one could at least give the suggestion that the facade on Broadway is still the front facade. And that's my comment.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I too think it looks like a viable project and it's a good use for that building. Taking Commissioner Willander's comments in stride, it seems that the medical office use kind of demands a different entrance. So I really don't have any problem with the project, but with that, I'll look for a motion from somebody. Commissioner Bohar.
I move we approve the project as applied for.
Is there a second?
Second.
And roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Willander,
No,
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
and Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion is approved 6-1.
Thank you, everyone. Wishing you health and happy
That motion
holidays.
does include a resolution, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bohar? Part of your motion was including a resolution?
Yes.
Okay, and the second agrees with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on then to item 8.2, and congratulations, Michael.
Thank you very much.
The item 8.2 is discussion, possible action to approve a wine tasting use permit application of Darlene and Charles Rhodes to establish a wine tasting facility and wine tasting bar located at 500 West Napa Street, Suite 522. And with that, we'll move on to staff report from Wendy Atkins.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair Felder and members of the commission. This is an application for a wine tasting use permit of Darlene and Charles Rhodes to allow a wine tasting facility to be relocated project is located in the Sonoma Valley Shopping Center in the old PG&E office. The property is zoned commercial. It's located in the West Napa corridor. The applicant is proposing to relocate the existing wine tasting facility to the site. Maximum of 2 employees would support the uses on the property, including the owners. Proposed hours of operation are 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday through Thursday, and 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Fridays. The business will primarily operate as an international retail wine shop and wine club. No seating is proposed. As the project is located outside of the Plaza Retail Overlay District, there is no limit on the number of allowed wine tasting use permits. With regard to development code consistency, the property is zoned commercial and wine tasting facilities are allowed in that zoning district. There's no proposed modifications to the buildings. With regard to parking, the parking standards require 1 space for each 300 square feet of floor area. So 1 off-street parking space would be required. And there is a parking lot associated with the shopping center there. The parking plan indicates that 191 existing parking spaces are there and 169 spaces are required for each individual tenant space. So there are certain findings this commission will need to make in order to approve a wine tasting use permit. And staff's recommending to approve the project subject to findings and conditions of approval. Provided the Planning Commission approves the wine tasting use permit, staff will return with a draft resolution in January for Planning Commission review. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick question, Wendy.
Yes.
This current business is located on Napa Street, across the street from the shopping center, correct?
Yes.
So it is really just transferring that use permit from one location to another.
Correct.
Thank you. Other questions of staff?
I have a question.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Barnett?
The chair, did you just say it will be transferring a use permit from one location to another? Or the license, the alcohol?
Yeah, the license will be transferred.
Okay.
But it's not an additional license that's being requested. It's an existing license that is just moving to a new location.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? I'll open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present?
Yes, so if the roads are present, can they raise their hand, their virtual hand, and we can promote you? I don't see them present, Chair Felder.
Not present. Is there anybody else from the public cares to speak on this item?
There's no written public comment.
Anyone else has logged in?
No.
If that's the case, then I'm going to close the public comment period for this hearing. Bring it back to the commission for discussion and possible action. And am I to assume, Wendy, that we don't have a resolution available tonight?
That's correct.
So we'll just approve the project or not and wait for a resolution?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Commissioner Bohar.
I think the project fits that site pretty well. I talked to a couple of neighbors and everybody's agreeable over there. It seemed to fit well there. I do have one kind of side comment that isn't appropriate to the approval of this, that they have the future opportunity to have outside seating there. And of course, the development code doesn't call for a parking requirement for that. In spite of the apparent access of parking spaces down there, I shop in that area, so does my wife a lot. It's parking lot's often packed in the front and packed on the side. So I just have some concern about that. Frankly, I think there's a flaw in the development code, given the proliferation of outside seating, but otherwise, I think it's a fine project for that spot.
I have a question for staff. Wendy, if they were to want to have seating, would they have to come back for a revision or a modification to the use permit?
Yes,
Okay, so at this point, there is no request for seating.
right. They would be, the development code allows outdoor seating up to 25% of the indoor seating, but there is no indoor seating. So if they want outdoor seating, they'd need to come back to the
Thank you.
planning commission.
Any other discussion on this item? I agree with Commissioner Bohard that it seems like an acceptable use of that space in the shopping center. So I would look for a motion. You're doing triple duty, Commissioner Bohar.
I move that we approve the project as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
and Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a quick comment.
Yes.
On this particular application, I know Darlene would have said it herself, but to send thanks to Wendy for her processing. I first met Darlene by email on the 17th of November, 13th of November, 13th. And Wendy did everything on this project to get it to hearing tonight from the 17th of November, which means that the legal notice had to happen 2 days later. The staff report had to be prepared and everything teed up for your action tonight. So a great team effort all around. Thank you.
Okay, great. With that, we'll move on to item 8.3, which is the discussion, possible action to approve a use permit and exception, variance of the application of Javier and Samantha Villanueva-Meyer for a use permit to construct an overheight fence and acceptance or variance to the fence height standards, allowing for an additional 1 to 2.5 feet height of the fence located at 350 Patton Street. And with that, we'll move on to the staff report from
Wendy, thank you very much, Chair Felder.
Excuse me, I think at some point, this seems like a logical place, I need to recuse myself because of physical proximity. I live within 500 feet of this.
Yes, I think you're correct, Steve. So you are recusing due to proximity?
Yeah.
All right, so if you just would mute, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we will ask Commissioner McDonald to join us. Are you in, Bob?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Great. Well,
Participate on this one then.
thank you for that introduction, Chair Felder. The project is located on Patton Street between 3rd Street East and 4th Street East. The project is zoned low-density residential, and it's located in the Central East planning area. The applicant is requesting a use permit and an exception or variance to authorize a 4-foot tall fence within the required 20-foot front yard setback of the property. A 4-foot tall fence has been constructed around the perimeter of the property. The project narrative states that the purpose of the overheight fence is to provide a nice looking safe fence. With regard to general plan consistency, there are a number of items that staff felt are inconsistent with the general plan. Circulation element 1.1, ensuring that the city's circulation network is a well-connected system. that effectively accommodates vehicular and non-vehicular traffic in a manner that considers the context of surrounding land uses and the needs of all roadway users. Circulation element policy 1.2 promotes safety for all users of the street system. And circulation element policy 1.4, when analyzing the circulation network, consider the needs of all users, including those with disabilities, ensuring that pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit riders are considered at an equal level to motor vehicle drivers. With regard to development code consistency, a maximum height for a fence is 3.5 feet in the front and street side setbacks. At intersections, streets and alleys and driveways within traffic safety areas, the maximum height is limited to 30 inches. With regard to the discussion of project issues, the Public Works Director stated that the project needs modifications to comply with public works standards and the requirements of the city code. The fence, she believes the fence obstructs the view of drivers in both driveways such that they cannot see pedestrians approaching on the sidewalk. The fence height needs to be reduced to 30 inches tall from the back of the sidewalk or a distance 6 feet back from the sidewalk. So the city code is 30 inches tall within this safety site area. The 6 foot minimum setback is based on the city code requirements for freestanding signs, which allow signs to be placed no less than 6 feet from the nearest public pedestrian walkway. So as I mentioned, the maximum height of a fence in the front yard setback is 3.5 feet. The Planning Commission may consider an exception for a fence height up to 30% of the relief being sought, which in this case would allow for a 4 foot tall fence outside of that 6 foot setback area. So staff is recommending that the fence be reduced to 30 inches or a distance of 6 feet back from the sidewalk to provide for a safety site area to allow drivers in driveways to see the approaching pedestrians. And this requirement has been included as a condition of approval. So there are certain use permit findings this commission needs to make in order to approve the project. And following staff's recommendation, the project would require an exception. And there are certain exception findings this commission must make. So staff's recommending to approve the project with the conditions of approval, provided that the Planning Commission approves the exception and use permit. Staff will return with a draft resolution at the next regular Planning Commission meeting. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Commissioner Wellander.
I have on this pedestrian safety site zone, is there a percentage of transparency that would be sufficient to address this sightline concern?
Yes, if they wanted to have a fence taller than 30 inches in that sightline area, a certain percentage would need to be open, and I'm just looking at
70%.
Thank you very much, Chair Felder.
I'm sorry,
70%.
70%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if it were 70% open, then it can go to the usual standard for that area,
3.5 feet.
3.5 feet.
Wendy, I had a question about the fence. In some instances, cities and public works departments have what they call a triangle of visibility for to making sure that there's complete transparency and visibility. Sometimes that's like at a 45-degree angle cut to make sure that people can actually view that. Was that something that staff has considered, or is that something that the Public Works Director might suggest?
Yes, and that's what we were trying to accomplish with the requirement of reducing the height of the fence to 30 inches or an area 6 feet set back from the sidewalk.
Okay.
that would accommodate that site, line of sight issue.
But does
So you
that
wouldn't
apply to
necessarily
the
have-
entire frontage, the fence on the frontage?
I'm sorry, Chair Felder, I didn't hear your
You have a
question.
fence right on the sidewalk. Does that, all of the fence on the front of the building on the sidewalk would have to also be reduced for the entire
Yes,
distance?
yes. Because there's two driveways, Chair Felder.
Right.
That was the city engineer.
I mean, the entire front length of the fence would have to be reduced.
That is staff's recommendation.
Is there any other questions of staff? Being none, I'm going to open it up for the public hearing. Is the applicant here to speak?
Yes. Yes, she
Thank you,
is.
Christina.
Samantha, are you here?
Hi there. Yes, you have Samantha, and you also have my husband Javier.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you may address us then.
Thank you, Chair Felder and the commissioners. So Javier and I are new residents to this area as of about 6 months ago. We apologize. This is our first hearing of this nature, and certainly those who have come before us appear to be commercial in nature and thus probably have much more experience than we have. So bear with us. When we moved into this home at 350 Patton, the fence that was in existence had multiple problems, of which we knew upon buying the property. The first problem was that the fence itself was broken in multiple places. It was a black metal fence that had not only a door that did not work, but also several shards of metal throughout the fence. It also had overgrown hedges, rose bushes, etc., surrounding the property. So one of the first things we did upon purchasing the property is actually talking to a few of our neighbors and understanding what we could do to alleviate this issue. We had to bring in our friend who is a gardener to help us safely transplant all of the rose bushes and etc. And then we worked with a couple of our friends who do woodworking to construct this fence. My husband and I both looked into the code, believe it or not, and unfortunately, and I don't know what this says about me because my profession is that of a lawyer. However, we erroneously read the code because we only saw the piece of code around the 7-foot restriction. And then what we did, again, excuse our ignorance here, but we took multiple trips around the neighborhood to sort of understand what was the style, what was the fence, what was this thing supposed to be, in addition to talking to our woodworker, etc. And we landed on the design of the fence, again, talked with neighbors, and have since gotten multiple comments, both in terms of passerbys, but also in terms of emails, phone calls to our property, stating how much they love the fence, how great it looks, and how much the property has been cleaned up since we have been here. We were alerted by the normal channels within the city that the city had an inquiry into our overheight fence, and have since attempted to be as cooperative as possible. Wendy, you have been so great to work with. Thank you. And we have attempted to submit whatever was necessary when it was necessary to alleviate any concerns. It should be noted that we attempted to use the existing fence line as the structure in order to keep as much the same as possible. So all of the foundation of the new fence is built off of the foundation of the old fence. Again, that is the black metal fence. And we attempted to construct it in a way that was safe for all people, not going to have shards of metal and have a working fence door that people could enter and exit with ease. That was our intention. It is clear that we misread and misunderstood the code itself. And what we are here to do tonight is to work with the city to understand what the next steps would be and how to best accomplish those next steps. And we are open to any questions of you, Chair Felder, any of the commissioners, or anyone with public comment. We remain open and cooperative.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Are there questions to the applicant? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Is there anyone else from the public that cares to speak on this item?
Let's see. I don't see any.
There were a number of written comments submitted that were in the public comment folder.
Yes.
And I believe most of those, I think all of those, almost all of those were favorable. I think there was perhaps one that was against.
But like I said, Chair, we have received numerous calls, emails, passerbys saying, we love your fence. We hope nothing changes. And we have simply said, we're working with the city. We will let you know.
Yep. Thank you, Samantha. So I'm going to close the public hearing then and bring it back to the commission for discussion and possible action. Anyone want to start? Commissioner O'Neill.
Yeah, I want to better understand the alternatives we have here. The one alternative is taking it down to 30 inches. The other alternative, I think it was 3.5 feet, 42 inches, if it has 70% transparency. So those are the two options that we can consider that would be within code. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's three options you just mentioned there. And let me just do a quick calculation here. Yeah, so they could reduce the height of the fence to 30 inches, reduce it to 3.5 feet with an exception, if approved by this commission, or they could have 30 inches of solid material and 1/2 foot of 70% open material in that first 6 feet back from the
Okay, so the 30 inches, there's no issue with the transparency. It's anything between 30 and 42 inches needs 70% transparency.
Right, and I would say you could only go up to
That's the
42 inches. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. I just wanted to understand that. Or the other alternative is to grant, I'm going to use the wrong word, an exception to allow the use permit for the fence to be over height and
Right.
not 20%.
To allow it to remain in its current configuration, that would require a variance.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? I guess I'd like to just chime in on this one just because I know we're not supposed to redesign this thing, but seems to me a possibility would be to bring the entire fence down to 3.5 feet by taking 6 inches off of it. And for the portion that's along the front or 6 foot, the first 6 feet off of the sidewalk, to make that some kind of a mesh or screen material. And that would satisfy all of there wouldn't need to be any exceptions or anything to the project at that point then. So they could, I think that would be to my way of thinking, a much more appealing look than to have a step down to 30 inches for a portion of it, or even a step down for 30 inches of solid plus something on top of it. You just go to a mesh fence, that's very common in the neighborhoods around. And you could accomplish all of that and do it within the 3.5 foot height for the entire fence, and you'd be home free. But that's a suggestion. Commissioner Barnett.
Well, um, I'm sympathetic to the homeowner. On the other hand, um, to be consistent, I feel that the city has been poor in regulating the consistency on fence, and we need to draw the line and be consistent about it. Um, that's aside from my feelings that all fences in the city of Sonoma, frankly, should require a permit, $20 at City Hall, which includes a handout of a piece of paper that clearly explains with schematics and simple drawings what the fence regulations are for residences in cities and regulations for sight lines along driveways. I mean, that just ought to be a customary handout that anybody who wants to build a fence in Sonoma can get. This fence is essentially made up of 6-inch boards. There are 7 6-inch boards. It's precisely the same design as a fence at the corner of Patton Street and 4th, which is also does not meet our fence regulations and has been there probably for 4 or 5 years. That notwithstanding, I think the modification of this fence to 30 inches is easy to accomplish. It's basically the removal of the 2 upper boards, a trim down of the posts to the 30 inches, and the placement of the cap board that runs along the top to fit on the top of the cut down posts, and that 30 inches would extend through the area of the sight line. And then if they want to continue to have the fence beyond that point, that they conform with the fence conditions, which clearly would allow them to go to the 4-foot height for the area past a certain number of feet beyond the sidewalk. So that's what I'm going to suggest we're doing. It's unfortunate that that's something has to be done after the fence has been constructed. It's a perfectly good-looking fence, but it doesn't meet our requirements. And my concern is that unless we begin to be consistent in our fence requirements, the refrain of the homeowners is going to be, well, gee, there's one just down the street that's 4 feet tall. Why can't mine be 4 feet tall? And the next one will be, oh, there's one down the street that's 4.5 feet tall. Why can't mine be 4.5 feet tall? Essentially, we have the regulations. We ought to impose them. And that's what I'd like to see us do in this case.
Larry, just a comment on that. I think your math is a little off because the existing fence is 4 feet tall. So 2 boards isn't enough to get it down to 30 inches.
Okay, whatever it takes to get it down to 30 inches.
It would be 3 boards, I think.
Yeah.
Other comments? Commissioner Wellender?
Yes, thank you. This is a really a tough situation, and I agree with a number of comments from my fellow commissioner, Mr. Barnett. At some point, we have to be consistent, but unfortunately, our city is just riddled with inconsistencies. In fact, one could just look across the private driveway to the west, and you can see that white picket fence that, at least on the frontage, has extended up to 55 inches. And then in terms of sight lines, you've got a privet hedge, I believe, that returns parallel with the private driveway. So again, I guess I would like to at some point start with seeing some consistency. The other comment, though, I would like to make is that to me, it would in my opinion, make things a little bit more what I call street friendly if these, and basically it's a solid fence with a very thin horizontal slot. If these solid fences were back 6 inches from the city sidewalk. What it feels like, it feels like a wall is being put up at the outermost limit. And it's, again, kind of shutting off the neighborhood. And that's my opinion. But it appears that it easily could have been set back a distance, a minimal distance to still keep for a usable front yard. I think the discussions about the resolution make sense. And I really cannot add anything more to it other than I do support the concept of consistency and in enforcing our ordinance.
Other comments? Commissioner O'Neill.
I'm going to echo the previous commissioners. I don't like the density of this fence. I don't like that I prefer more of the transparency. The old fence that was there at the house, I remember it. It was like an old wrought iron fence and it was probably 90% transparent. I think that's the biggest problem I'm having with this. So I'm not going to be comfortable going with this fence as it is. I don't really like the idea of it going down to 30 inches and still being solid. I would prefer to see something with the 70% transparency on that street area by patent. So I'm going to be leaning towards something where they reconfigure the boards on the fence or put in the mesh design that you were talking about, Chair Felder, something that makes it more open and more visible and it doesn't create that barricade. So that's where my thinking is.
Okay, are you okay with the 4-foot height though?
No, I think it needs to be down to 3.5 foot.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kelsel Barnett.
Thank you, Chair Felder. I generally support the comments of my fellow commissioners, specifically Commissioner O'Neill, who just went, and Chair Felder. I'm sure there's something we can work out here that will be a good solution. I guess my broader point is similar to what Commissioner Larry Barnett and others have said. I mean, it's unfortunate that we keep having to deal with these fence situations after the fact. And if there's something we can, some sort of new process we can create at City Hall that will eliminate some of these issues, I think we should start thinking about that, and perhaps that'll be part of the Development Code Subcommittee. I assume we only have so many local fencing contractors, and you would think that they would know what the rules are. And it seems like I can even remember this from design review. This is a constant situation where even though we have these local contractors that know what the regulations are, they're more than willing to construct fences that are out of code. And so if there's a way we can create some sort of process that is simple and straightforward and easy for both the contractor and the owner of the property, but that also can eliminate some of these after the fact situations, that would be great. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Bohar.
I agree with all the previous comments by the commissioners. I think the mesh idea is a good one. I think that fence as it sits now is really is kind of a barrier. Something more meshy without including that view so much and isolating the house. It doesn't complement the house right now. I suppose that wooden color has got to remain the same, but to me, we don't have the right to comment about to change that, but if it were less of a fence, that brown color, which is not complementary to the house, would be less objectionable to me. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Chair Felder, I wanted to bring your attention to the fact that the applicant has their hand up again. And I know that if you want to allow them to speak, you'd need to open up the public hearing again. I don't know if that's your pleasure.
I think I will. I will open up the public hearing and let the applicant speak.
Thank you, Chair Felder. Again, apologies for not knowing all of the governance. This is our first proceeding of this type. I wanted to speak briefly on the points that were raised from the commissioners in relation to the consistency and the clarity. In our narrative that we submitted to the city, we submitted 26 fences that were out of compliance within the code. And those 26 fences were within a 3.5 block radius of our home here. So that was not taking into consideration the entire city footprint. The reason I raise it is because I hesitate, and of course we are at the whim of what the chair and the commissioners decide, but I would hesitate to think that Chair Felder and commissioners, you would be comfortable with punitive action towards a homeowner simply because the city has lacked consistency. And from our research, again, with the full admission that we misread the code ourselves, we lacked the understanding of consistency, not because of our own trying to understand, but because of the way the code read and the drop downs within the internet, and by driving, walking, and riding our bicycle through these parts of our neighborhood. So I fully appreciate that we will collaborate and cooperate with the city. I would just love to sort of know and understand if Commissioner and Chair, you would like to comment, and if not, I suppose that is fine too. What is the recommendation for the other 26 properties? And will they all be subject to removing their fences and subject to the what appears to be aesthetic and design review of this commission?
Mr. Chair, if I can make a comment, I think first of all, you ought to close the hearing or at least open it up for other people to speak.
Yeah, if there's
I'd like to
anyone else,
make some
let
comments.
me see that is there anyone else that cares to speak?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing again, bring it back to the commission. Go ahead, David.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Barnett would like to say something, and then I'll speak about overall enforcement.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelso.
Yeah, I may have missed this, and perhaps it was in the staff report, but how was this brought to the commission? Was there a complaint?
Yes.
Was it code enforcement? That's why it's here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can, just to make it perfectly clear, your commission acts on this project on its own merits. I have clearly heard direction from the applicant to look at these other issues. And as director, I received my direction from the city manager. I can speak with the city manager about overall enforcement and turn it over to the code enforcement officer. That would be a decision, an administrative decision, not any particular direction from the planning commission at this point. So given that there's allegedly 24 violations out there, there may be more, there may be less. That'd be an administrative action on my part and the city manager. That concludes my comments.
Anyone else want to discuss this before we try to make a motion or anything?
I'd like to make one comment. Well, I would just like to welcome Samantha to Sonoma and let you know that we are sorry that this is your first introduction to our governance, and we look forward to your input many more times in the future. And I'm sorry that you had to approach it this way for the first time, but we do welcome you to Sonoma.
Yeah, and just Samantha, a bit of history here. We've had more than our share of people who have gone ahead and built fences out of code and asked for forgiveness afterwards. And it gets to the point of, unless we can demand some consistency moving forward, we're going to constantly face this issue, and we're trying to draw the line somewhere. And unfortunately, you're caught up in this web of where the line might have to be drawn. And she says we understand, so I don't have to open up the public hearing again. There are some possibilities, I think, in this to solve this thing. I would go back to my earlier comments. I would love to see this come in conformance with the front yard setbacks and come down to 3.5 feet, which only means taking off one board. And then for the area that is in the sight line, replace the boards with some mesh material. And then you've got a consistent fence around the entire property with some of the fence toward the front more open, but it still provides safety, and I think it provides a better look for the rest of the fence. But I don't know if the rest of the commission agrees with that. But I'm trying to find something that would be a minimum of modification for the existing fence that's there, but would bring it to within code. Commissioner Wellender.
I agree that it would be nice if we could come up with some sort of resolution this side of complete demolition. If the fence was reduced down to the 42 inches, and if there was a way.
Not 42.
I'm sorry?
Not 42. 42?
42 or 3.5.
Oh, okay.
That's code, right?
If the fence was then dropped down overall to 42 inches, and then the applicant, whether it's wire or smaller boards that are spaced greater, whatever it takes to create that 70% transparency, it seems that we would not be compromising at least the visibility rules of our public director and works director. And you would maintain that 42 inch all the way around, so at least it would look thoughtful. And I think there are ways that you could create those windows without them screaming at you saying, gee, this is so odd that I wonder what the heck's going on. So I would support the idea of lowering the fence and gate to a consistent height of 3.5 feet, and then give the applicant and her or his team of players an opportunity to meet those required visibility windows any way they can within achieving the 70% transparency. And in my mind, that's kind of minimizing the potential pain of redo, but also drawing the line in the sand saying we need to start being consistent.
I think I want to reopen the public hearing again so I can ask Samantha a question. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Samantha, are you there?
Yes, Chair Felder, we are here.
Do you appreciate the last remarks from Commissioner Wellender about possibly looking for that kind of a solution?
We certainly do. The question that remains, or that I think that we just need clarity on, is I'm not quite sure that we understand the choices and the will of the commission. I'm getting, forgive me again, I'm getting a little confused between the transparency versus the height. I was to understand that the code was speaking in relation to the height, and so we were trying to solve that problem. And what I can't, I'm not a design professional, nor is my husband, so I apologize. I can't see or understand where a front of the fence in one fashion and the back of the fence in a different fashion would look normal. In fact, I'm struggling very much with that point. And I'm also struggling with the height. However, again, fully cooperative here for any suggestions that the commission has, and it's already been very helpful to hear the thought processes. Is it Is there a potential to just have clear direction on either of those 2 points here?
Well, I mean, we're not trying to design your fence for you, but we're trying to come up with potential ways for you to solve things without getting variances and exceptions and satisfying the Public Works sightline problem. One option we would have is we could continue this item and give you a chance to think about how you would want to modify the fence to make it conform or to minimize the number of exceptions that you would be asking for. The biggest problem I think you have is to overcome the solid material for 4 feet for all the front face and moving 6 feet back from the sidewalk. And I don't think there's much way that we can bend on that one. So either you make it 70% transparent, or you take it down to 30 inches. And to me, a 30-inch fence would not be an attractive fence on the front part of that property. So that's my own opinion. But
And to agree with you on that opinion, sir.
If you're, we do have the ability to just continue this item and give you a chance to try to work out ways that you might take all of our comments into account and come up with a possible solution.
And through the chair,
if that is appropriate for you.
excuse me,
Yeah.
through the chair, if that is the direction that commission wants to take with the applicant's approval to continue it, I'm more than willing to go out and do a site visit and, talk about the different options with them in person.
Well, certainly, Wendy, you've heard us with some of our feelings on what we think would be acceptable, but sometimes it's hard to visualize that. Would Samantha, would you be willing to have us continue the item so you can have a chance to get some other options available so you can understand how you might modify the fence?
Chair Felder, we most certainly are. And Wendy, I am sure your eye on this is far better than my husband's and I. So I would certainly take you up on that offer. The remaining question I have is, and maybe Wendy, this is for conversation later, just in my own edification of what this code means. Is it outside the realm of possibilities that at some point the chair and the commission would approve a 3.5-foot fence as the fence stands currently around the property with going through the variance process? That is something that my husband and I have contemplated since we received the initial notice. So if that's something that's for consideration, then that's something we can discuss tonight. If that is a hard no, then I would love to take Wendy up on her offer.
Okay, well, here, if you would go to a 3.5-foot fence, you would need no exception at all for the fence height. But so that part of it is easy. The difficult part is that the Public Works Director has come and said that you have to provide the safety sight distance for the front portion of the fence. And that requires you either to lower the fence from 42 inches down to 30 inches of solid material, or to achieve 70% open visibility. And that's the tougher part of the equation. It isn't hard to just knock it down to 3.5 feet and we wouldn't have to worry about it. But the sight distance is the problem.
Understood.
And that is something that's coming from Public Works Director and City Engineer in terms of getting building permits, and really, if it's a safety thing, our hands are pretty well tied.
We completely understand. Thank you for the comments, Chair. Yes, Wendy, let's connect at your earliest convenience and work through additional options, and we will act on your direction to come back to this body with whatever the next steps may be.
Okay, so I will have to actually get a motion to continue, but I probably am going to do it to a date uncertain, just because I don't know how much time you need to work your way through this.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, if I could, Wendy being the person on the ground here, Wendy, could that be done between now and January the 14th, given the holidays?
It would be pretty tight.
Okay, so could we just continue it, Mr. Chair, to the first, to the meeting in February?
Yeah, that would give us a date certain and make it, so we wouldn't have to renotice then, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing again, and I will look for a motion from someone on the commission to continue this item to the February meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call?
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
and Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Samantha, thank you for understanding and being willing to try to collaborate on this thing with us. Hopefully we can get through a solution that makes it work for you.
We so appreciate that, and we appreciate the welcome to the neighborhood. I'm sure this is not how all people get welcomed, and we know that we'll work through it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to the next item. Item 8.4 is the consideration and discussion of proposed amendments to the City of Sonoma Municipal Code, including Title 12 and Title 19. And that's it. Our staff report, please, Christina.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Right, can you guys see my screen?
We see Coldwell Banker.
Well, we've got the previous one on there.
Yeah, this presentation function is interesting.
Gone. Yeah.
One more, there we go.
There we go.
All right, well, first, a huge thank you to Chair Felder, Vice Chair Willander, and Commissioner Kelso Barnett for the collaboration with our ad hoc committee over the last couple months. We have been extremely busy. In November, the Planning Commission reviewed 4 topics. We have new indemnification language going into 1903-060, changes to permit implementation, time limits and extensions in section 1956. And 1988, we have modifications to our noticing requirements and several sections that will be amending our accessory dwelling unit sections and standards to comply with state law. And these amendments are going to be before the City Council for consideration and potentially a first reading on December 14th, 2020. So a big thank you for everyone's hard work. It was a really big crunch getting all of these through the ad hoc and Planning Commission to get to City Council by the end of the year. And originally, when we were working in September, October, and coming up with the priority list, The goal for December was to talk about the tree ordinance, subdivision standards, and the definitions. We bit off a little more than we could handle in one hearing. And so tonight we will be focusing on primarily definitions and looking at coverage, lot coverage, and site coverage. We've been making progress on all of the other sections, but they're not quite ready for discussion tonight. So regarding the tree ordinance, just to give a little bit of an update, we have ongoing discussions with Department of Public Works, the CSEC, and our planning staff. And the tree issue is really one that is really complicated and woven between a lot of different agencies. So we're working to first understand the existing ordinance and how it functions before we start discussing those changes in detail. We do have a subcommittee of Chair Felder, Vice Chair Willander, and Commissioner Larry Barnett. And that will be moving along shortly. We should have a meeting before the end of the year with a group of 6 to 8 internal staff members. Similarly, the subdivision design standards have been delayed primarily because the direction from the ad hoc committee was to focus on our topic for tonight, which is the issue of modifying our section 1992, the definitions, to improve clarity with coverage, lot coverage, and site coverage. In going through the standards with the ad hoc committee, I think that's all I have for the slides. That's not super exciting because I have to pull up the code. In going through the standards with the ad hoc committee, there was a desire and direction to address the definition section at the same time as our planning area standards. As everyone is very familiar, our city code governs land use in the city through our various planning areas. We have the Northeast, Central West, and so on. Each one of these sections has tables that contain our various standards. So for example, in our Central West planning area, table 315. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Yep.
So the standards for coverage and site coverage are detailed in each of the planning areas in the various tables, and it's different for each zoning district. And the directions are down here under FAR/coverage. So in these tables, I'm just going to read to you, it says coverage, maximum site coverage as a percentage of site area, excluding porches and detached garages. And then when we go to our definition section, 1992, we have a definition for coverage, which is, oops, I passed it.
Do we have a definition for porch?
I believe we do. Hold on. Okay, so coverage means the portion of a site covered by building footprints, usually expressed as a percentage of site area. Site coverage is very similar but has minor modifications. So already in that table, you first of all see a reference to coverage, and it's very quickly references site coverage. So the direction from the ad hoc committee is that there's a desire to deal with the definitions and the tables at the same time. The tables were not noticed for discussion tonight, and so those will be noticed for discussion in January. There we go. So site coverage, the definition for site coverage means the percentage of total site area occupied by structures and paving for vehicle use. Structure/building coverage includes primary structure, all accessory structures, carports, garages, patio covers, storage sheds, trash dumpster enclosures, and architectural features such as chimneys, balconies, decks above first floor, porches, stairs, etc. Structure/building coverage is measured from exterior wall to exterior wall. Pavement coverage includes areas necessary for the ingress, egress, outdoor parking, and circulation of motor vehicles. So we also have a definition of lot coverage, which points to site coverage.
Let me just interrupt here just for a minute, Christina. So this definition of site coverage does not agree with the definition that's in the table, because one excludes garages and porches, the other includes.
Correct.
Okay.
So the recommendation of the ad hoc committee was to start our discussion tonight discussing what is the intent of site coverage and coverage. And following the discussions of the intent, we can look at what the committee recommended. We essentially, I can sum it up for you now. The recommendation was to remove coverage from the definition section and to clean up all of the tables so that they're clearly pointing to site coverage, and to also remove the lot coverage from the definition section. And there's some other minor tweaks to the definition of site coverage just to improve clarity. But at this time, I would open up the discussion tonight to the commissioners to discuss the intent of the standard of site coverage and coverage.
Let me ask a question. Since this is a public hearing, do we want to open this up to the public first and get input before we have our discussion?
Sure.
I think that might be appropriate. And is there anyone from the public that cares to speak on this item? I can't hear you, Christina. You're muted.
No, there is no one asking to speak on this item.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back from the public, close the public comment and bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Barnett.
so I want to understand what you're asking, Christina Tierney. Are you proposing that we essentially reduce our definitions to simply one term that encompasses everything that the three definitions now include today, despite their discrepancies?
That was the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, was to have one definition and to remove the ancillary definitions that we would no longer be relying upon, and then to ensure consistency with the planning area standards. But there was also a desire to have a discussion about the intent of the standard itself. You may recall that on some of the projects recently, there have been discussions or requests by applicants to consider exceptions for permeable paving that is not currently in the language in the definition, but that is a topic that has come up several times and was discussed by the ad hoc committee. There was not a consensus at the committee, and the desire was to have the discussion at the planning commission level.
Okay, so along those lines, I've already mentioned I'm not clear about what the definition of a porch is. At one point in one of these terms, I can't remember which one, it referred to a porch canopy. I don't know if that's the same as a porch or what a porch is. In general, I don't know if canopies themselves are considered part of the building structure. In other words, if somebody had a home with canopies, exterior canopies over windows, would those be considered, the new edge of the building, edge to edge? Or is it the actual siding of the building edge to edge that comprises the total area? So I think we need to go through these and decide what we want to include in the definition and what we don't. And if there's something we are including in the definition, we have to define that as well. In other words, if we're going to refer to a porch, we better have a clear definition of what a porch means. if we're going to talk about a driveway or a paved area, we ought to define what constitutes for the meaning of the definition of site coverage. And is site coverage the term we're going to go with? Or is it lot coverage? Or I'm not sure which term you're proposing we use, but in any event, we have to define what constitutes pavement.
Correct. Yeah, these are all topics that have been discussed by the ad hoc. And so the first discussion point would be the intent of site coverage and coverage. And then I would recommend going into the specifics of the additional components of the definition.
What do you mean by intent?
Well, there's been discussions about whether or not regulating impervious surface is part of the intent, but it's not specified in the code.
But that would be associated with the definition of pavement. In other words, the intent of the definition as a whole of site coverage is to clarify the precise meaning of the components of a development proposal as it pertains to the land use. Am I right? Isn't that the intent of the term entirely?
Of site coverage?
Yeah, in other words, you've said we have to determine what the intent is. I'm a little unclear about that. Having a term such as site coverage, the clear intention of having a term like that is to specifically delineate what are the features in any development application that apply to a calculation pertaining to land use. Am I right?
Sure. So what I would go back to the fact that, so we have really one primary area in the code where that regulates the standard for the different zoning districts. And so it points to both coverage and site coverage. And so the goal is to come up with one term and one meaning. So I'm going to share my screen.
What term are you proposing?
So the ad hoc committee has recommended site coverage. So
Okay.
I'm sharing my screen right now. So I have the definitions next to each other. So the first, I'll read them again. Coverage. Coverage means the portion of a site covered by building footprints, usually expressed as a percentage of site area. Coverage means
you just read coverage.
Site coverage means the percentage of total site area occupied by structures and paving for vehicle use. Structure/building coverage. So one of the recommended changes is to delete the building there and just say structure coverage. Structure is defined, building is not. Includes the primary structure, all accessory structures, carports, garages, patio covers, storage sheds, trash dumpster enclosures, etc. And architectural features, chimneys, balconies, decks above the first floor, porches, stairs, etc. Structure/building coverage is measured from exterior wall to exterior wall. Pavement coverage includes areas necessary for the ingress, egress, outdoor parking, and circulation of motor vehicles. So site coverage is much more encompassing and restrictive than coverage. And perhaps I can turn it to Chair Felder, Vice Chair Willander, or Commissioner Kelso-Barnett to summarize the discussions at the ad hoc.
Can I just ask one further question and then I'll shut up? It seems to me that it's potentially confusing to have a term called site coverage and then in the second sentence to introduce the term structure building coverage. I mean, if you're defining site coverage to include structures and buildings, then I wouldn't repeat or come up with a new term, which is structure building coverage, which could appear ambiguous and as if a different term than site coverage. I wouldn't introduce a whole new term of coverage.
So the way that I break it up is the first sentence.
Yes.
So site coverage means the percentage of total site area as occupied by structures and paving for vehicle use. And then it tries to define structure coverage.
And I would just take out the word coverage. Structures,
Take out building and coverage.
Yeah.
Structure includes.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, these are the type of discussions that we would like to have tonight. I would, as I mentioned, I would recommend starting with the intent. Are we, if, and perhaps discussing some situations where site coverage would be optimal as opposed to coverage.
Well, I think of,
Ron wants to talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
were you going to speak, Kelso?
No, Ron.
Oh,
Ron.
Ron. Okay, Ron.
I think I raised it in the ad hoc, and so I think I may be the part of the problem. I guess what I'd like to start with is a discussion of what we're trying to control with the idea of limiting the percentage of site coverage. Are we concerned about massing? Are we concerned about overdevelopment? Are we concerned about replenishing groundwater? Are we concerned about surface runoff? What are we trying to achieve when we're trying to limit the amount of site coverage? I think that's what Christina was talking. That's at least what I'm interested in having a discussion about, so that we kind of understand what the intent is, and then we can kind of frame it, hopefully appropriately.
Well said, Ron.
Well, you've brought up a whole series of potential reasons for having anything about site coverage at all, and I think they're all germane, and those are essentially matters. Some of them are simply matters of policy in each of the areas that you've delineated. So, for example, if we're concerned about runoff versus permeability of the soils, that should be based on some criteria that we've established about what the optimum condition is for a given parcel. But there needs to be some underlying rationale for deciding we want permeability, for example. And whether something would be defined as a permeable, as one standard for permeable materials for paving versus another standing for impermeable materials. But there has to be an underlying basis for it. I don't know where those underlying bases come from.
Well, and I think when we were looking at Mockingbird, we were concerned about massing, and we were trying to limit the amount of structures occupying a given parcel.
And that's a legitimate concern, but again, the question is, how do you quantify that? Where's the breaking point?
I just wanted to chime in too. Another really important aspect of coverage has to do with hillside development. And I recall we were looking at subdivision of hillside zoning areas and also development. So the driveways, the pools, the paved areas were very important as it related to that particular zoning code area. I also wanted to just chime in too, because I didn't know what the requirements are for site coverage, lot coverage as it relates to granny units or accessory dwelling units. I seem to recall those not being counted at all, because we were at one point trying to encourage them. But now it seems the state allows that by right. So I was wondering if the ad hoc committee had looked at all about the fact that people now can build a granny flat 5 feet up to a property line, and how that relates to site coverage and lot coverage.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up. That is another one of the topics that was up for discussion tonight. So just to summarize again, so the recommendation from the ad hoc was to remove site coverage, coverage and lot coverage. and then to focus in on the specific language in site coverage. And one of those other topics is potential exemptions from site coverage, and ADUs are one of the topics that was brought up.
I don't know what our commission's feeling is on that. I've felt that particularly if a garage can be built and then converted over to a granny flat, it just seems that when we were looking at a lot of these subdivisions and developments over the past 10 years, they seem very dense and they seem very, with not a lot of area. And sometimes it was deceiving for the Planning Commission and the Design Review Commission to look at coverage because it excluded granny flats and excluded detached garages and a number of things, which actually bumped site coverage from 50% to sometimes up to 70 or 80%. So I don't know if our commission wants to continue a development pattern like that, or just increase the lot coverage from 50% to 80% in Sonoma and set that as the new standard, and then not have any exclusions.
Yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that. So that was the rationale of the ad hoc committee for recommending the use of site coverage. It is more conservative than coverage. And then the desire was that if the numerical standard needs to change in the planning area standards, then that would be the place where those modifications would be made.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, Commissioner McDonald, I think for a long time we've had these two separate definitions, coverage and site coverage, and the dense new developments you're referencing were previous planning commissions and a previous planning director that was using coverage. And so we're trying to just, keep one definition throughout our entire code, and we're going with a more conservative site coverage, and with the goal of trying to reduce the sort of density, the detached garages, et cetera. So.
And we do have the ability, if we have different planning areas, where we can specify something different for a hillside development versus some other planning areas. So.
And to comment on Commissioner McDonald's comment about the hillside standards, thank you for bringing that up as well. There's a couple confusing issues that are really similar. The hillside standard, the hillside development section has its own sort of internal definition for grading pad. That issue will be discussed at a later date, and potentially we'll get into that in January. But it's not exactly site coverage that is affecting that issue. It's a grading pad area, I believe.
Thank you.
Excuse me for interrupting. I have a administrative thing. We have a person named Chris that has been admitted, and we've already closed the public hearing on this item. I wanted to know, is that person expecting to speak during this item?
I see a Chris as an attendee, and I believe he may be speaking on the next item.
Okay. All right.
I see somebody in our participant list, Christina.
It says talking permitted.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
In the meantime, Christina Tierney, are detached garages excluded from site coverage?
Let's take a look.
Because Commissioner McDonald just mentioned that. I don't.
Yeah, and so just to remind everyone, so there is a discrepancy between the definition and then some of the language in the standard itself. So per the definition, structure building coverage includes the primary structure, all accessory structures, carports, garages, patio covers, and architectural features. The issue is then when we get into the planning area standards, in the language in the table, there are exemptions to that coverage. And I'll pull that up in just a second.
So in January, when those planning area standards come back, we will eliminate those exemptions, or at least discuss.
Yeah, so the intent is for the planning area standards and for the definitions to all be internally consistent. So right now, as we just read, the definition of site coverage does not have any exclusions. When you come to the planning tables, it states coverage, maximum site coverage as a percentage of site area, excluding porches and detached garages. But in the definition of site coverage, there is nothing about exclusions for porches and detached garages. And this language is ubiquitous for all of the planning areas, I believe.
Yes. Yes.
So we're not, just to remind everyone, we're not discussing the tables tonight. Those will be noticed for January. The intent tonight is to begin the discussion on coverage and site coverage, to introduce the recommendations of the ad hoc, and to have a larger discussion about the intent of the standard. And to remind everyone, with the passage of SB 330, one of our primary tasks is to remove the subjective standards from our code. Site coverage is one of our more powerful tools, FAR and site coverage. And so having a really clear definition moving forward is going to be really important to the city.
Could I ask one more question as it relates to the subdivision code? Because I just want to make sure that in the subdivision code, when we're looking at subdividing properties, creating flag lots, it's very clear also that there is a coverage requirement, and we require and demonstrate what the building pad's going to be, the driveways area, and so it conforms with the coverage requirements, site coverage, or whatever you want to define it as. So I was wondering, will there be coordination between the subdivision code so it's also in symmetry with the site development code?
Yeah, I could be mistaken, but I believe that the subdivision sections rely on the standards in the planning areas. And so they do require compliance with those, but you're correct. So when you go through any kind of a map, we are evaluating to determine compliance with all of the standards. And there really is a big discrepancy if we're enforcing for coverage versus site coverage. When we've had several projects lately where when you have a long driveway, it takes a project up to the limit of site coverage really quickly. When you're not including that in your calculation, there's a lot more development that is allowable on the site.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the subdivision code, the performance standards that a developer or engineer has to submit all that stuff and calculate all that stuff out. So that's like the first step, and a subdivision map vests a development. So it's very critical that as the subdivision map or whatever demonstrates the code itself and the intent of the code, so that in perpetuity, when you're looking at something 40 years down the road, you can go back to the subdivision that was approved by a planning commission or city council and verify what the standard was at the time.
Great point.
Thank you.
I think what I'd like to see is if we could develop some consensus that we're willing to go with only the definition site coverage and drop the term coverage or lot coverage from the definitions. And then it comes down to defining what we want to include in the term site coverage. Now that, notwithstanding what Commissioner Willander was saying about what's the intent of defining these percentages, and that's still subject to the planning areas and how it relates to massing and drainage and all the other things, but it doesn't have to affect the definition.
My 2 cents again would be, given the SB is a 330 and subjective versus objective, I think we should be as conservative in our definition of site coverage as possible, because we are losing a lot of other areas that in the past we were able to make considerations or take that into consideration.
What do you mean by conservative?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for instance, right now under site coverage, I believe it's all structures and a story, all structures. And maybe it's a case where if an applicant wants to, back to the comment about a long driveway, there are some sites that should be given some consideration to an exception or variance, just because to me, it's hard to come up with regulations that make sense for every square inch of our community. But I agree with the fact that we have to have a starting place. And I think we should be, I'll go back and use the word conservative as far as trying to maintain not a level of control where we're trying to be difficult, but again, if we're losing from the state our ability to make calls, then that's my recommendation.
Yeah, if I could add on, I think what Commissioner Willander is saying is site coverage is much easier to meet because we're not including any of the driveway areas or any accessory structures. So the numerical standard is the same for all the planning areas, whether we're talking site coverage. It's sort of this blended area. So in one, we're including the driveways, we're including these accessory structures, and in one that we're not. So if you look at the sheer amount of building area, it's much higher with coverage.
So the conservative approach would be to include as much as possible?
No.
No? The conservative approach would be to include as little as possible?
Yes, I'm sorry, include as much as possible. And so then if we can consider each project and perhaps a variance or an exception would be acceptable, but at least with these new rules where if a project is completely compliant with code and we might lose some local control, we should be as conservative as possible and include as all structures and pavement as possible. If that makes sense.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think that definition we have of site coverage is fairly inclusive.
Yeah, I would agree. Site coverage is very inclusive. So I also agree with Chair Felder's comment about sort of taking the temperature, and if there's a consensus about using site coverage over coverage, then we can dig into the details about the language of site coverage a little bit more.
And Christina, you've crossed out the word building. You should cross out the word coverage after building as well, because you're talking about coverage. Now we're defining what a structure is. Yep. in the site coverage definition.
Yeah, we could probably just say structures include, right?
Yes,
yep.
Exactly.
All right.
So what is a patio cover? Is that I don't know what a porch is, and I don't know what a patio cover is.
Let's take, I'm trying to get down these notes real quick, and then let's see if there's a definition.
We have no definition for porch.
Well, you know, the question I've got is a porch, a portion of a structure that has a permanent impermeable concrete pad floor, or is a porch also a porch if it has a wooden floor that's raised off the ground? Is a porch got sides and a roof? Or is a porch screens only, or can it have glass? I don't know what a porch is.
We didn't really discuss this at the ad hoc, but I would think there would be a case made that for removing architectural features altogether. The reason being it's pretty, when we're talking about a chimney, a deck above a first floor. I mean, a chimney is pretty small. A balcony is not gigantic, but I think these types of questions really do get back to the intent of the standard. And that's where what had happened with the ad hoc is we discussed coverage, site prep coverage, and then once you start digging into the details of these different terminologies, that's where the questions came up, and that was where Vice Chair Willander's comment about discussing the intent came in. For example, if you start at the beginning, again, site coverage means the percentage of total site area occupied by structures, okay? That's not too bad. And paving for vehicle use. So the ad hoc then got into a discussion about paving. What is entailed in paving?
Well, and I don't think that permeable versus impermeable makes any difference. It's all about paving is generally has to do with automobile access.
And that's covered in the last sentence.
Yes, exactly.
So I think and that's where the ad hoc was discussing, instead of using paving, perhaps just up at the top saying areas for vehicle use, areas for the ingress egress of motor vehicles.
Yep.
Because the term paving, this is what we ran into.
Well, yeah, but what about a walkway?
So walkway would not be for vehicle use. It pretty clearly states for vehicle use.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a wide walkway coming up to the house, is that not part of what's site coverage?
Unless it's for a motor vehicle, no, it wouldn't be included.
And patios then wouldn't be included either.
Correct, and then that gets to the intent. If we're talking about impervious surface, then walkways and patios and things like that should count.
Which goes back to Ron's initial point. What are we trying to accomplish here?
Well, if we're trying to, it seems implicit in this is some idea that you want a minimum amount of dirt on your property and not all artificially created things. And so if that is in fact part of the intent, then we ought to include patios and walkways. But if it's not, then we should ignore them.
Well, the problem with patios and walkways is that they can be added after a home is developed. I mean, I tend to think of a walkway as something that's a garden amenity, and you might create a walkway out of, decomposed granite or some other material in order to create a walkway. But I want to get back to Steve's point and to Ron's point, which is, because Steve mentioned this idea of, we don't want the whole town to be paved over with concrete. Why? What is it that we're getting at here? We want water that falls on the ground to be able to soak in and replenish the water table. Is there a standard? Is there a principle? Is there a scientific basis for determining what is a healthy percentage of permeable surface?
There actually is, and there is science behind it. And the state of California has come up with standards, and also our building permits have to comply with it. I believe Wendy Atkins is one of the planners that has to review all the site permits as they relate to the those state codes. But you're right. There is a science behind it. And if you look at cities like the city and county of San Francisco, they're actually requiring less pavement, and they're encouraging things other than concrete, and looking outside of the box for pavement that's permeable. So I think what we should really do is focus on the standards that the state is encouraging local governments to push for in their building permits. And I believe also our city now does not allow for development to drain off site. So everything has to be held on site. So those systems coordinate and complement these site coverage limits. So,
It seems to me in a lot of projects that have come before us, they've had to satisfy a zero runoff from the property. They had to be able to accommodate all of the runoff within the property limits.
that's correct. And then also, there's other reasons besides just drainage and runoff. There's also, if you're trying to protect a natural habitat, I know Ron probably can speak more to this, but if you, for example, are trying to encourage landscaping, trees have to have a certain area to be able to be sustainable. And so those are other reasons why you would otherwise establish some sort of area that is not paved. So, I mean, there's ways we can look at
Well, we don't
encouraging.
necessarily have to get all of that into a site coverage definition if there is something else that controls drainage or swales or whatever to reduce the amount of runoff.
And I would just chime in. So and Wendy maybe has other information to add. So my understanding of the water efficiency landscape ordinance is to make sure that we're using drought tolerant landscaping and that the irrigation systems are designed to be efficient and not wasteful. I don't believe they are, I don't remember any instances where we're looking at paved areas or anything like that. And the comment about patios and things like that being able to go in, some would require a building permit, but our city is extremely flat and a lot of this paving can go in after the fact. I think Commissioner Larry Burnett was commenting about that, and that was an issue that came up on Mockingbird, that a lot of there was no proposed hardscape in those projects for the backyards, and in all likelihood, when people were going to move in, they're going to be putting those features in. So my comment would just be, I'm not actually aware of any other for residential development and any of the sort of smaller commercial development. I'm not aware of any requirements for infiltration, things like that. Wendy or David, do you have anything to comment on that?
I don't.
So I guess maybe I misunderstood our requirements for not allowing for offsite drainage. There's a certain amount of surface that you can actually allow on a piece of property, or you have to build very expensive retention systems to make sure that occurs. So it's not.
That's right, Bob. We've required that of previous projects, and I'm trying to find out where that's called out, but we certainly have placed that requirement on it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a planning standard. That is just like an engineering standard, but you can accommodate it with hardscape and just with the detention systems. We have a lot of public and sort of quasi public and private sewer easements over many of our properties to accommodate those issues.
All right, so that goes back to, if it's not a planning issue, we don't care then if there's a lot of sidewalks or patios or whatever, because they have to satisfy the drainage requirement from some other point of view.
I think that's probably more BASMA.
Yeah.
I have a question. I get back to some of the comments from Commissioner Barnett and Wellender. We don't seem to have a statement of intent of what we're trying to accomplish with the site coverage. And I think that would be helpful to have a sentence or two of what it is that we're trying to accomplish with this rule, so that any decision making at least has an intent that can be gone back to see how something fills in with the intent. I mean, if our intent is to make sure that we maximize the permeability of any site, why can't we just state that and have everything kind of come back to that decision of what we're truly trying to intend to do here. Because if I just read this and I don't know what we're intending to do, it just doesn't make any sense.
That's an excellent point.
We might have to go back to the showers and revisit this thing and get clarification. Commissioner Bohar?
In regard to the site runoff and things related to those environmental issues, it seems like there are issues there that might trump a decision on site coverage. If there, in other words, there might be a pavement allocation here that meets the site coverage, but wouldn't be acceptable to this engineering aspect of the city's approval. And we can't change that. It seems like if we get ground up in those runoff issues, that's not our job. But
well, you can change it. You can impose retention, on-site retention.
yeah, but that's, but we're not making that decision. We're just agreeing with the engineering department, right?
Yep.
And they trump our site plan, our site coverage issue.
And I'll let Wendy and David also chime in. I cannot remember an instance where we approved a project that met our planning standards that wasn't able to meet FASMA and stormwater standards. There are pretty routine engineering solutions for a lot of these issues. So as far as the standards as they stand now and the language as it stands now, I don't think that there's an issue with us approving projects that end up having problems down the line. I think for the commission, the primary issue is that clearly, as we all see, there's a lot of ambiguity in our use of terminology and mixing the use of coverage, site coverage.
One thing that comes to mind that has to do with site coverage, you know, as it relates to like building parking lots or creating areas where there's parking and screening. I think that if the site development code or coverage requirements are encouraged by, like, not performance standards, but requirements, like you have to have a 6-foot wide landscape strip in a parking lot, which establishes like a certain amount of green area when you're building a parking lot, or for every 6 parking spaces, you have to have a tree with and a tree wall has a minimum dimension of 3 feet. I don't know if we have some general requirements, but as we move forward and as if we're going to be building higher density housing and there's going to be more surface parking lots, those are the sorts of things that if those standards are in effect in our development code, then we, in a sense, will be assured that there'll be some landscaping, there'll be some landscape strips, there'll be buffers between properties that soften development. So maybe we should be looking at specific development code requirements that encourage landscape buffering and also neighborhood compatibility, because I think really that's what our planning role is as planning commissioners, is looking at developments and making sure that we have some standards in effect that we can enforce and require as a site development to encourage buffering, landscaping, to soften developments from one property to the next.
So if I could draw everyone's attention, thank you for those comments. I think one of the comments by Commissioner Larry Barnett, I think really resonated with me. And before you on the screen, I have pulled up the definition of structure. So our code already has a definition of structure. And in the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here, which is to streamline and make everything really clear, I would just like to read that really quickly. Structure means anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires attachment to the ground or attachment to something located on the ground. For the purposes of this development code, the term structure includes buildings. So I concur with Commissioner Larry Barnett with his comments about our definition of site coverage, not needing to reiterate that. So as we're talking, I'm kind of playing around with language. And so from the bottom, where we have the definition of pavement coverage, I moved that up. And so right now, what I have just based on our conversation, site coverage means the percent of total site area occupied by structures and areas necessary for the ingress, egress, out parking, and circulation of motor vehicles. And so
Get rid of everything else.
get rid of everything else. And then the question would be, do we want to have exceptions for ADUs or garages or anything like that?
Yeah.
But I guess before we go there, I would, let me just read this again. Site coverage means the percentage of total site area occupied by structures and areas necessary for the ingress, egress, outdoor parking, and circulation of motor vehicles. And then the definition of structures would be under structures.
You've covered it all.
That's good.
That, and again, just to reiterate our vice chair's earlier point, I would prefer not to have any exceptions. If the state is beginning to take away some of our local control, we can always provide variances or exceptions to applicants, but it'd be better to probably be more conservative in the definition.
And we can also always change the standard. So for example, if 0.6 seems to be too restrictive, we could go to 0.65, 0.7, things of that nature.
Have we pretty much exhausted where we can get to tonight?
Yeah, I think the only outlying issue that the ad hoc brought up was the potential exemptions for ADUs.
For what?
Accessory dwelling units.
Isn't that going to be driven by the state?
Well, my understanding is that if we have coverage requirements or floor area, that's also included in basically reinforced by even our general plan. You can't exclude somebody from having an ADU. It just has to comply with the floor area requirements or the lot coverage requirements. So my personal feeling is that a lot of these ADUs are probably not ever going to be used for affordable housing. It's kind of almost demonstrated that a lot of the ADUs that we have built aren't even being used. My suggestion is that we include it in lot coverage and floor area. And I do know some cities that will provide an exemption of that if a deed restriction is recorded on the land saying that it has to be used for affordable housing and rental housing. And it also sometimes establishes the occupancy, like 2 people per bedroom or something like that. And with the deed restriction requiring that, we may be able to make an exception, but that would be on the onerous of the homeowner or the developer. But anyway, I think that it should be included as floor area. We've got to figure out some teeth to be able to get those units to be affordable housing. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us to kind of make that happen.
Well, Bob, are you saying then that you'd include then somewhere else an exception for ADUs that had a deed restriction for affordable housing?
Well, we
exactly.
have to
Otherwise, it has to conform with the lot coverage requirements.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I think the definition of site coverage does include the ADUs right now. So we would have to make an exception.
Yeah, this is like the perfect opportunity to get those units to be actual rental units instead of people's gyms or storage units or whatever people use their accessory units for.
But when you say affordable housing, are you talking about affordable housing under the definition of a government regulated program, or are you talking about affordable housing in a generic sense?
In a generic sense, but I mean, if the city were progressive enough to actually create a program that it, administered something like that, then, we'd be able to actually have a program that the person would be able to be included in. But otherwise, just in a more generic sense that it has to be rented out.
Okay, well,
Now,
then,
the
I wouldn't use the term affordable housing. I would use the term rental. It would have to be
rental.
rental housing.
Exactly, yeah. However we term it, I might have not used the right
Yeah.
words, but
Christina, have you got enough?
Yeah, I guess I feel like we've got the definition on the screen. I don't feel like I hear clear direction on affordable housing or the ADU component. I would maybe recommend that I circle back with our city attorney, and find out what sort of our legal abilities might be as to that issue. But it sounds like there's consensus to finding some kind of language either here in this definition or somewhere else in the code that would provide for some kind of an exception or allowance for site coverage for some type of affordable housing that is used for actual housing, not for gyms or, workout rooms.
No, and we're talking.
ADU section, maybe we could put something in there or something.
And we're talking about applications here for essentially development where there's no ADU or home on a property at all yet. This is basically virgin development, as opposed to what the state allows in terms of streamlining of ADU applications for existing houses. I mean, we're talking here about approvals of new development in which the site coverage and issues like that would pertain. Obviously, once something's built, the ability for people to decide they want to do something else on their property is somewhat more flexible, particularly when it comes to ADUs.
Well, just to clarify, so when we change this definition, this is going to not only apply to new developments, but it will apply to all of the building permits that are coming across our desk. So when we review a building permit for, an addition or something like that, we'll be reviewing compliance with site coverage instead of coverage.
Right.
So it will impact more than just like a new subdivision.
Okay.
And then I guess I would like to circle back and get a little bit clearer direction on the desire for potential exceptions for the affordable housing. I heard a discussion about, little a affordable versus big A affordable. I didn't quite hear a consensus whether we were talking about deed restricted city, affordable units that are managed by the city and have deed restrictions, things like that. Under our California law, ADUs are considered, like for arena numbers, ADUs are considered little a affordable housing.
Yep.
I think that's what we're talking. We're not talking about something administered by the city, I don't think.
Yeah.
So I think the hard thing would be, so if we approve an ADU, we don't really have, how does the city regulate whether or not it's being used for a gym or a guest house versus housing?
Provide that it's to be used for rental housing. And that's a deed restriction.
Right. But with the city, how would the city enforce that?
Problematic. Be like enforcing fences. People have to complain.
Okay, well, I think I have a clear direction on that. And so I think at this point, I would recommend that I circle back with the ad hoc and with our city attorney and the planning director and see if we can dig into that issue a little bit more and bring back comments or suggestions in January. And then the recommendation tonight is that this item get continued to January, and we'll be doing it doesn't even have to get continued. We'll do a new notice for the discussion of the planning area standards and for cleaning up the definitions. So we'll be cleaning up all of those sections at once. It sounds like there is a consensus that we'll be moving forward with site coverage and with the edits that are before the screen right now.
I think that's right. So we don't need any motion. You've got your direction, correct?
I've got my marching orders, and we'll do a new notice and bring this back for action in January.
All right.
Thank you, Christina, for all your great work on this.
Yes. Speaking of marching, can we take a 5-minute break?
5 minutes, starting now.
Thank you.
So does anyone know how to adjust my screen? I've gone dark. Does anyone have any tips on that? I guess nobody's there except for Christina.
I'm
I
here.
can
Yeah,
see
you
your
look
glasses.
dark.
Oh, there's Christina, and then there's that Neanderthal techie guy that doesn't know anything. So no.
It's like, all I can see is your glasses, Wendy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Oh,
Um,
well.
Wendy, maybe, Wendy,
Yeah.
what about if you look maybe under settings, you know, how, like to make it, or maybe,
I'm just gonna fiddle with it here. See if-
okay, I'm gonna take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
Decided to come out of the dark side? So we are moving right along, and we're on to item 9.1, which is.
Thank you. Just one moment.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Which is a discussion of proposal for a planned development study session and preliminary review of a proposed 12-unit condominium development. proposed for 2 parcels with combined area of 19,460 square feet located at 210 Perkins Street and the parcel directly north. And with that, we'll get a staff report from Wendy.
Thank you, Chair Felder. I'll make this fairly quick. A year ago, December 2019, this commission reviewed a study session for a project on this property. There have been some changes to the project, and I've outlined them, or the applicant has outlined them on this document. So they've increased the number of units. All the units are no longer 3-story. There's a mix of 2 and 3-story. They've lowered the overall height to 30 feet. There are 3 unit types. The size range has been decreased. The FAR has been increased. There is parking provided only in garages, and no common space and additional private open space. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, Chris DeLuzak, and his architect, Jeff Potts, to give a presentation. So Christina, can you help me? Okay.
Yes.
So we'll promote.
And
great. So Chris and Jeff Potts are promoted and they can speak. They will need to unmute themselves.
Can I ask a question before this presentation begins?
Yes, go ahead, Council.
I guess this would be for Wendy or for David. Is this meeting part of the new 5-meeting max state law?
No, it's not. An application has not been submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, and can you guys see my screen? Let's see, share screen. Probably have to do that first.
Got it.
Okay. So I want to start out by thanking Wendy and thanking you all for the opportunity to run through this workshop with you again. As Wendy stated, it's been almost exactly a year since we were before you before, and I'm going to apologize because my big screen is over here, so you're going to see the side of my face half of the time. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to go through this. We did hold off on submitting the SB 330 application so that this meeting would not be included in the 5 meetings. We had some discussion about that previously. So with that, again, I think you're all familiar with the site on the corner of Perkins and 2nd Street West. Across the street, there are currently now 2 new, more modern style homes. There's a variety of retail and commercial and office in this area. There is another a 3-story project just down the street here. And we've got Raleigh Park and Sonoma Square off to either side of the project within a nice walking distance. This is mixed use zone. It does allow an all residential project. There's been some talk or suggestion from perhaps neighbors and others about adding some sort of neighborhood retail commercial to the project. There's already a lot of commercial in this area, and the addition of that would not only bring us back to increasing the height of the project, but it would also increase some of the parking and traffic issues that already exist in the area. We feel this is a good spot for a strictly residential project. It's got a walk score of 86. Basically, you can get around town here, walking from this site. Based on the previous meeting, what we heard most loudly was decreasing the building mass of the project, increasing the number of units of the project, and decreasing the size of the units, perhaps to make them more affordable by design and more workforce housing oriented. And I'll show you what we've done there. This is now a state density bonus project based on increasing those units. That was the way we had to go about that. That density bonus based on the units we're providing allows for a 35% density bonus. It also increases the base density to 10. So it would allow for a 14 unit project. You know, we've got 12 units on the parcel, and you know, that was challenging in itself to get the 12 units on there. Along with that density bonus, we get 2 concessions. We get a by right parking reduction to the state standards, and unlimited waivers are also allowed. The parking reduction and the state standard also allows tandem parking within that standard. So you can see the 2 sites side by side. You know, previously we had 9 units. We had sort of a parking area back in here for guests, a little bit of an open space. The units were deeper, a little closer to the rear property line. Coverage wise, we're pretty close to the same. We're actually slightly lower. Based on your all's discussion about site coverage and lot coverage and building coverage today, the coverage that we're showing here is what you guys are deeming sort of as the site coverage at this point, which would be building and pavement areas for automobiles. The common open space, we didn't include any number here. We do have some areas on the ends of the building that will be open space areas. They haven't been included in that calculation at this point, but we have increased the private, what we were calling the private open space, quite a bit. And that is in the form of decks and some fenced in yards with 3-foot high fences, no taller. You know, we increased some of this depth along here to get that 27-foot backup that was lacking before. Also provides a little bit of space for some landscape buffer. I know there was a letter that came in late from the property owner here. There is quite a landscape buffer on this side and this side of this property already. We'll certainly work to increase that buffer and work with that neighbor on that buffer area. So our 2 concessions that we're talking about here based on the density bonus law, one would be that site coverage where we're slightly over the allowable site coverage there, although we're lower than we were. And the other would be the open space. We're about 1,300 square foot short, of course, again, not counting any of these areas. So the areas we are counting are these orange highlighted areas. It's all in the form of private open space at this point in time. And that's in yards and on decks. And again, you know, one of the reasons we sort of selected that concession is the project site is very walkable for all services, and it's within a 5-minute walk of a park. And also, I think I pulled it up as about a 7-minute walk to the square. So there is quite an opportunity for outdoor recreation in a larger scale that we felt was you know, more beneficial than just a small little patio tucked back in the corner here, where we could provide additional housing for the city. As mentioned, you know, we've redesigned the units. Basically, we started at about 1,500 and went up to almost 2,200 in the previous design. We're now starting at around 1,300 and ending at you know, 1,550, just slightly above the smallest unit from the previous version of the project. This unit is still the tandem garage. It goes down to 2 bedrooms as opposed to 3. So we do have now a little bit more choice from a bedroom count, and it, you know, lives in a more linear fashion. That's about 13% smaller than it was. When we get down here, we're about 30% smaller than we were. And then we have the 2 two-story units that make up the bulk of the project. Those are, you can see it's reduced by almost 600 square feet. There's still 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath units. Same here, we've reduced it by, upwards of 600 square feet. Again, still a 3-bed, 2.5 bath, got a small loft in here. So it's somewhat compatible to what we had before, just on a much smaller scale. And just quickly, sorry, on the building, I'm trying to keep track of all my notes here. Building wise, we minimized the 3rd floor space. That's really the crux of this slide and what I wanted to show you. We pulled that 3rd floor space well off the ends of the building, which, would be most adjacent to the residential neighborhood here and the retail over here. And we've minimized the massing of the building in that way. So quickly, just the old elevation that we presented to you about a year ago, craftsman style, 36 feet tall, pushing up into that 3rd floor exception, and had some, taller massing. It did have stepped edges and a lot of undulation along that face. And just as a purpose of sort of overlaying that for you, you can see the massing of the new structure sort of superimposed on top of the massing of the old structure. The front elevation, just by sort of an elevation calculations, on the order of 25% smaller. Volumetrically, I would guess that it's quite a bit smaller than that. I didn't do all the calculations on that. You can see that on the rear elevation as well as the sides also. So the new project, you can see the overall building height is under the 30 feet at the tallest portions of the building. We've pulled down the bulk of the building to a 2-story height along there, especially as closer to our neighbors across the street here, and have a sort of highly articulated face of the building along there. So you can see that there's quite a variety of plane breaks along here. The massing at the 3-story elements has been broken up to sort of, create a nice rhythm, but also reduce the overall feel of the mass of the structure. It's a mix of stucco and composite wood panels, along with wood balcony railings and wood fence for the sort of semi-private front yards along the main street there. And that is my very quick overview for you guys. I'm happy to answer any questions and just get your feedback on the revisions that we've made to the project and the direction that we're going in. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Before I open it up for other public comment, are there any questions from the commission for Jeff? Just specific questions?
Yes.
And Jeff, could you unshare your screen, please?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Steve.
Jeff, am I correct that there are 4 affordable units in this proposal?
No, that is not correct. And I did make a note on the staff report to that. I'm still trying to figure out how to unshare my screen here too. I did make a note of that. The affordable units by state law are based on the base density of the project, not based on the final density of the project. And so there are 2 affordable, thank you, 2 affordable units within the project. We haven't, selected those or pointed those out at this point in time. But that is based on the 10 unit, the base density now in the state law is rounded up, which base densities used to always be rounded down. So it's rounded up to 10, the affordables based on that. The density bonus units are not subject to additional affordability requirements.
Okay, and would the affordables be in the unit 1 floor plan?
Again, we haven't made that determination yet. I believe in our previous meeting of a year ago, there was some discussion. We did have them indicated in that plan, and there was some discussion that there would be some preference to distribute the unit types. So again, we haven't We haven't submitted that with this workshop application, but it will be part of our application coming shortly. We'll select those units, and we're happy to get your feedback on that selection.
Thanks.
Other questions of the applicant? I'm going to open it up to the public for other comment from the public then. And we may come back to you, Jeff, but I want to get the public a chance to speak.
Absolutely. And we did review the letters that came in as well.
Thank you.
Looks like there are 3 members of the public that would like to
Yes.
comment.
Charles Goodwin, Keith Bencher, and Mike Finucci.
Okay, as Charles has been elevated at this point.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Charles Goodwin.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to the commission this evening. My wife and I live across the street from the proposed project at the 205 Perkins Street house. First of all, we'd like to acknowledge, and also we do appreciate the changes that have been made to the design since the last review, especially with regards to meeting the height requirement, building height requirement, as well as the massing. We do believe that that the current design is definitely an improvement over the previous design. We still though have some concerns. The first is parking. We're concerned that from our review of the plans, it looks like only 2 of the large garages meet the city's requirements with respect to garage size. And we're concerned then that given the tight turning radiuses, that it increases the probability that even these 2-car garages will actually have to have cars park on the street. And it'll increase the congestion of parking on 2nd Street West as well as on Perkins Street. Also, we're concerned that the tandem garages will be treated as single-car garages, given the difficulty of getting 2 cars in a tandem garage. And we were already, even during the pandemic, we continue to see 2nd Street West traffic parking, as well as Perkins Street, overflow parking from the post-acute care center, as well as the medical offices on Perkins Street. And we're concerned that the current design of the project will continue to increase the number of cars that have to park on the street. The second concern that we have is regarding the site coverage and open space requirements that aren't being met by the new design. The density of this project is still higher than any other development that we're aware of that's been recently completed or that's currently being developed in the city of Sonoma. And the combination of the parking, the site coverage, the open space, and the density make us tend to feel that this design is more applicable to be located within a bigger city or within walking distance of a transit hub, where the need for having multiple cars per household is reduced. And so we have a concern just about whether the design still fits within this neighborhood. The next concern that we have is that, and this may need to be addressed at a later time, is the drainage. We already see a significant amount of water collect at the ends of Perkins and 2nd Street West on both corners. And given the site coverage of this design, we believe that before this project gets approved, that there needs to be an adequate drainage system that is part of those plans and that also gets reviewed by the Planning Commission before it gets approved to make sure that the runoff is appropriately dealt with. Another concern, again, that may need to be addressed down the road, but before the project is approved, is that power, telephone, and cable utilities, we understand, are to be buried. And we want to make sure that service is identified on how it's going to be supported to the houses that are along the south side of Perkins Street that rely on those telephone power poles that are providing service today, and what that transition plan is going to look like and to make sure that the houses on the south side of the street are not impacted by that. The last concern that we have is then in regards to these affordability units, and that making sure that there's a mechanism for the city and the developer to continue to monitor that those lower income units, affordable housing units, that those are maintained and that the affordability of those units is maintained, not only in terms of resales, but also if any of those units are purchased and then rented out, if the rental prices will also then support the affordability directives from the state. If concessions are going to be made for this development to support affordable housing, we want to make sure that then that affordable housing, stays in place. Anyway, those are the comments that we have. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charles. We have another person that wishes to speak. Christina?
Yeah, yes, just a moment. Keith Bencher, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Fantastic, great. My name is Keith Bencher, and my wife and I, Danielle Marita, live across the street at 215 Perkins. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to allow us to comment. I spoke at the hearing last year when we discussed this project, and much like Samantha at that time, I was a newcomer, so I appreciate what she went through. And I voiced many of the same concerns over the project or the size of the project and its alignment with the mixed use designation. Being totally frank, I'm not entirely sure how changes in the California law has impacted the review of the project. And while some of the changes, as Charles had mentioned, have been appreciated, the project still doesn't really seem appropriate for the mixed use designation, the lot characteristics, and frankly, only seem to work financially with 10 higher priced townhomes rather than apartments and condos. And even then, only if exceptions are made to the objective standards that the city maintains, which I think the city still has an authority to enforce. Specifically, like Charles, we are concerned with the parking. Even Mr. Potts mentioned that there is already a high level of traffic and parking in this area. And together with the tandem parking, which we understand may be an allowable state exception, the non-conforming garage size, and the lack of guest parking, together they're all going to lead significantly to increased street parking. Also, I'd say we feel like given the significant increase in overall traffic levels from having this many cars entering and exiting the property, an entry point off 2nd Street really would be a lot more suitable than Perkins Street for the development on these lots, or even, via the Sonoma Marketplace Shopping Center. For the rest of my comments, I'd like to just refer the commission to the letters I sent to the planning department today and on December 11th, 2019. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Keith. We have one more.
Yes, just a moment. We have Mike Vanucci.
Mike, if you're there, I can't see your name, but you're muted. Oh, there's your name.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you for allowing myself to talk in regards to this issue. I first want to let you know that you probably heard from my dad in the past on this situation, and my mom was a little bit more in the background on it, working with him. He has since passed due to COVID in the last 2 weeks. So I've picked up the duties to try and help my mom out in this situation. So bear with me on some of this because it's been thrown at me from a year ago and working with my mom on some of the issues that have come up. And she's with me here too to go over some of those issues. The first issue we have is that this 2/3 story, 30-foot high structure, and we do understand that this is a massive, it still has 3 stories. Let's be clear on that. And it is not in conformity with the rest of the neighborhood as far as compatibility. And I think that's what's one of the most important issues with the Planning Commission is compatibility of the planning of these dwellings and the building structures. And as these dwellings around are proposed structures, most of them are all single-family residences. So this is the only 3-story structure in the entire area. And I do appreciate, I want to say right off the bat, I appreciate the change in plans. I think a 2-story structure would be more compatible for this dwelling. And I know it's a weird L-shaped lot, and that's quite difficult to work around. Secondly, this proposed multi-complex structure holds 12 dwellings in this small space. These are 12 houses crammed together. And I understand affordability. We want to get as many people to be able to live when we're building things, but we're building it on very small lots. These lots would normally have 3 smaller two-bedroom residences. So you can tell that this is a lot of property that we're putting on a small piece of property. Then this is probably the most important thing that I can say. I do appreciate that the driveway is now giving space from the residence where we own, which is at 218 Perkins, which is directly next to this location. We have the lot that is in the L of this, so we are impacted by the back of this lot and the side of this lot. And quite frankly, I'll go over some of those things where we're impacted in the front as well. But as far as there's no trees or shrubbery planned along the main entrance of the driveway on 210 Perkins to block direct view or provide privacy to the existing backyard and residents of 218 Perkins. You're going to have a driveway and houses looking straight down in, and most of the existing shrubbery that's there that kind of looks like it's blocking the property that's there will have to be removed because the driveway is going to butt right up against that fence line. And so the fourth thing I want to discuss is there is a post-acute facility, which is the Sonoma post-acute facility, which is at 678 2nd Street West, which is directly across the street, which has a constant flow of traffic. And if anybody understands a post-acute facility, there's in and out all the time. This facility brings people in, does care, and then leaves. So it's a constant flow of parking, of workers, and traffic. And that lot is full all the time. So the overflow lot on that goes to 2nd Street West on both sides. And that business uses the street for parking on both sides already. And I've even seen that flow even onto Perkins on that corner. So that's the issue there. As proposed, each of the 12 units will have garage for parking up to a maximum, if you count them, 12 vehicles. And that's really kind of given some leniency that you can fit 12 vehicles in the space that's provided. The average amount of vehicles for all these units, when you're basing them on how many bedrooms there are for these units, could be up to a maximum of 32 vehicles. Taking that into consideration, this is a fair assessment, there could be an additional 12 vehicles for parking on the sides of the streets in the neighborhoods because there's no parking inside the facility. You can't put it in front of a garage. There's no visitor parking. There's no parking other than on the street, which is already packed with pedestrians and people. So I think that's one of the biggest issues I think that comes from this. And with this congestion from the marketplace, from the post-acute facility, from AAA, from all of the complexes that are down the street and all of the businesses associated, including the church, we have had so much. This is one of the busiest streets in Sonoma because you have pedestrians walking here. We've had vehicle accidents that have killed at least 2 pedestrians on this street already. Yeah, and so that in itself kind of scares me that we're going to add more people and more cars to a highly dense populated area. Small issues, the proposed drawings for 210 are inaccurate. They don't reflect the protruding handicap crosswalk. So you're looking at some of those drawings and pictures. Most of that corner of the block, almost a third of it or better, you can't even put a cars there to park in front of the facility because of the handicap protrusion comes out. So there's no parking there already. The 2 to 3 story, 30-foot structure will be 28.7 inches from the residence at 218, which is ours. That will be towering structure still that is abnormal in size and not indicative of any already existing housing in the area. Okay, so I'm all for bringing proper facilities and low-income housing and density and bringing some more people to the area that's affordable. But this isn't the location for that. If you go on First Street West, where you have 3 and 4 story structures, those are all built together. It's all been mapped out together. It's not around a single family residence. And they've done underground parking for those structures as well. So the church, this is most important. There is a church, which is the Lighthouse Christian Church, which is directly across next to the post-acute facility. And that is also has multiple vehicles that have to park on the street during services. With COVID-19 restrictions preventing services right now, the daily observations of routine traffic, as well as the vehicles parked, do not even reflect the normal activities that we're going to see, because that's all been shut down right now. The changes to this structure, like I said, I want to really enunciate, I appreciate all of that. I'm here representing my dad, who is opposed to not having really any foliage that's going to block the residents. And with now having a multitude, the entire property at 218 Perkins being surrounded by these complex, we are the most greatly affected. And we are the ones that are most impacted by this. And I don't know of anybody that would want to see this happen by owning that property. And I don't think we're really looking at the impact of the vehicles, the parking, visitation, traffic, all of the stuff that this is going to do. This is just not the right place for this. And so we are greatly opposed to the direction that's taken. And again, I appreciate the fact that they've spent numerous times to get this right, but a 2-story dwelling would probably be more applicable for this situation, and maybe lowering the number of and having more parking available off the street, so it's not going to just flow out to the street. And I would greatly hope that you guys would take that into consideration, that this is just not neighborhood compatible. And that is my biggest conflict with this between myself and my mom. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have anyone else?
I don't see any other people raising their hands, but I did check the public comment, and I have a letter I could read that was received on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it came in late this evening. It's from Crystal. We are very concerned about item number 9 on tonight's agenda. We own the property at 230 Perkins and 232 Perkins. We have looked at the proposed plans for the 12 units at 210 Perkins. We absolutely object to these plans, as they would have a negative impact on our property and single-family home. Not only would the plans place a 3-story high building next to our home, but it would actually only be roughly 10 feet from our bedroom window. This would create serious issues with light and ventilation, not to mention our privacy would be gone. We strongly urge the council to deny the approval for this monstrosity, which clearly needs a larger lot and doesn't belong in a neighborhood with only single-story family homes. Crystal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So there's no other person wishing to speak?
No.
Okay. I will then open it up for the commission to discuss this thing, and I will, since this is a discussion and study session item, I will leave the ability for us to ask questions to Jeff, and if necessary, I'll have to open it up to the public again, but let's start the discussion.
Would it be appropriate for me to respond to any of those comments at this time, or wait till the end?
I think if you don't mind waiting, let's see what the commission has to say, and then you can respond at that point. Who wants to start? Okay, Sheila.
I think my comments are going to echo a lot of what we've heard already. I really like the change in the design. I like that it was lower height, less massing. I think that's a big improvement. But I do see that this property, this L-shaped property, which surrounds all these single-story homes, it's still, to me, a hard transition to have this 2-story, 3-story right next to all these single-story little bungalow homes. I'm still not comfortable with that. I really appreciated the comments of some of the neighbors. Was wondering if the access point couldn't be better placed off 2nd Street West rather than having people circulating into Perkins Street. I also am uncomfortable with no guest parking because, as we know, people have to have guest parking. They're going to be parking somewhere, and they could end up parking in front of all the neighbors' houses on Perkins Street, and that could make for less than pleasant experience for the neighbors there. So I really appreciate the size that you've taken them down, that you've reduced them in size, not only height, but the square footage. But I still want to see something scaled down that fits better into that neighborhood. Thank you.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Well, first, let me say to Mike and Sheila Finucci, my condolences on John's passing. I didn't know him terribly well, but I've known him over the course of the 30 years I've been here, and he was a fine gentleman, and I'm sorry to hear that he's passed away. Insofar as this project is concerned, I do think that the revised plan is a great improvement over the original one. And I don't know to what extent the actual design details are something that are fairly fixed at this point, but I like the direction that it's gone. And I think it's an interesting looking structure that blends the modern components into an area of town that has frankly a hodgepodge of architectural styles. You've got the CVS and pizza building, a big blocky rectangle. You've got the congregate care facility across the street, which is an odd looking structure. And then you've got the single family homes along Perkins Street, which really all are part of what is this very mixed neighborhood. The zoning for this particular piece of land is mixed use. That carries with it certain both entitlements in terms of the number of units that are allowed and opportunities. It could have been a mix of residential and commercial. I think, frankly, it's better off for the neighborhood for this to be residential and not to include any commercial. So to that extent, the fact that the developer is trying to maximize the number of units on the parcel so as to have it pencil out appropriately is no big surprise to me. I think that's something we're going to see increasingly in Sonoma, as both housing demand and the cost of land both contribute to these efforts to make a project pay. I'm concerned about the garage size. I have visions of side view mirrors being knocked off and narrow garage openings. And it may well be that the reduction on this project of 1 unit would allow for the recovery of that unit space into garage width so that we could have a more standard, standard size garages, making them both more convenient and accessible to people who use it. I'm not concerned about the change in the public open space. I think that once again, the trend is towards creating residences. And I think in a property like this, the people who would end up owning these units would be just as happy to have their own exterior private space as to have a shared exterior private space. So I'm not concerned about that change. Lastly, as to the subject of parking and traffic on the street, you know, this is essentially a generic problem in the downtown area. And the people who live on the east side of the plaza, other than in this strange pandemic, have repeatedly and increasingly had to deal with the overflow traffic from plaza activity filling up side streets. This is essentially within a couple of blocks of the centralized core of Sonoma's downtown. And it's perfectly predictable, particularly with a shopping center and a pizza place and the rest of it, that this is going to be a heavily trafficked street and it's going to be increasingly heavily trafficked in the future. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. I think that it's just simply the reality of the evolution of what happens to the streets that are closest to the center core. And it's possible, for example, to put time limits on street parking or to assign residents parking stickers that can be put on their cars that give them the opportunity for access to the spaces on the street. It's happened in other parts of the town, and it certainly could be looked at here to mitigate the effects of overflow parking because of this project, or for that matter, the care facility across the street. So I think that we have to get creative about the parking reality and the use of cars. My personal opinion is that the number of people who have 2-car families is going to decrease in the future. I think that commuting is going to decrease. I think the byproduct of this pandemic is a shift for people moving to jobs they have to commute to in their cars to working at home. I myself and my wife are down to 1 car. We got rid of our 2nd car. We found it not difficult at all. And frankly, cars basically are sitting unused for 90% of the time anyway. So I think that going forward, our relationship to cars as a society and as a town is going to shift. I'm pleased with the changes that have been made, and perhaps there are still some tweaks and changes we can do to address some of the issues that people have brought up. Thank you.
Also, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, Council.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Felder. I think this is a great site, obviously, for housing. So with regard to the conversation, whether it should be mixed use or some commercial, I'm supportive of 100% housing on this site. In terms of comparing this project to the previous iteration a year ago, obviously there's been some aesthetic changes, there's been some playing around with the units, but in my view, the site plan is exactly the same. And I'm concerned maybe that was one of the primary issues with the project was the site plan. This project reminds me a lot of the project on the corner of 5th Street West and West Spain that went in, a house was torn down and a new project was developed sort of behind the Sonoma Market Shopping Center. And I was not a huge fan of that project, and I worry we might be replicating that here. Not in the sense that we shouldn't have housing here, but I think we should possibly be more creative and reimagine the site plan here. I think this would be a great site for, 12 units, perhaps even depending on the density bonus, whatever's allowed here, maybe even a couple more units, but smaller units. I'm thinking of Bill Willers and Carol Marcus here. They used to talk about that project, and there's a way perhaps we could lay out this project in a different way that could reduce the massing. Perhaps not everyone had individual garages, maybe there was parking, etc., that could assuage the concerns of the neighbors, provide needed housing, perhaps entry-level rental housing that would be appropriate in this area. Obviously, the way the site plan is developed and the project is currently developed, as someone that has a development background, this is obviously a project that is designed to get the highest return, as everyone has the right to do. And you condoize it, you have your garages, et cetera, and I understand that, but I think that there perhaps might be a more creative way to lay out this site that will produce the needed units of housing we need in Sonoma, that on a street we've discussed currently, Second Street West is it's a difficult street, obviously, with the fire station and the Marketplace Shopping Center and London House across the street, or whatever it's called now. And so to be honest, obviously there are some improvements, but I don't see this project dramatically different from the last project. And I think, I can't remember our conversation a year ago, I'll go back and watch, but I think we were trying to ask the developer and the architect to come up with, a sort of a reimagining of the project. And I just see some tweaking of the aesthetics and maybe some smaller units, but more units. But it's basically, in my view, a very similar project. So I really take the concerns of the neighbors to heart. I think they have a lot of good points. In addition, I would be a little concerned in general just about the way it addresses the street with the private open space. I think, similar to our conversation earlier about site coverage, what is the intent of open space? We have that in our code. We want public open space. Why aren't we delivering that, et cetera? I understand Commissioner Larry Barnett said maybe that is the sort of way people are going in terms of open space, and maybe we need to change our development code on that. But currently we require a certain amount of public open space that isn't being delivered here. I'm also have some concerns about the parking. I think, obviously this is an infill site and housing is going to go here, and it should go here as soon as possible, but I think that we can try to improve this project and get it right. And so in general, I don't see a dramatic difference from the last project, and I would encourage the applicant to reimagine the project. And the one word that I still am a little concerned about, that we use a lot in terms of our projects throughout town, is compatibility. And I just would like the Planning Commission to think about compatibility with this project and the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else?
Bob McDonald here. I know I'm an alternate, but I have just a few comments if you're interested in hearing them from me.
Yes, this is a study session. You can participate, Bob.
Okay. I agree with a lot of the commissioner's comments, but I want to just add one thing. And I'm hearing people, they're concerned about access on Perkins, and also another idea. I don't know if this was brought up at the last study session, but having a one-way circulation pattern, say for example, cars enter on Perkins but leave off Second or vice versa. That might be another way of being able to mitigate traffic on and off of Perkins, and also it might be able to free up more space on the site. And a few of the commissioners talked about the density. It may lose a unit, but it might improve the livability of the site. And I think that's really key to keep in mind, that the state may superimpose cramming as many units as possible, but it's our responsibility as commissioners, as decision makers, to make sure that developments are livable. And my last comment, I just wanted to throw this out to staff. I just want to make sure that any sort of development like this would require park in lieu fees. Is that my understanding? So money would be set aside by unit and given to the city to improve our park system, so we can increase density and improve our parks at the same time?
Yes, it would be subject to the park and lieu fee.
And how much is the park in lieu fee per unit?
It depends on the market value of similar properties in the area.
So it's not like 12,000 per unit. It's based on the evaluation of the property.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to throw this also out, as we move forward in looking at density bonuses and our development code, we should consider revisiting our park in lieu fees. And as we increase density, we may not necessarily have to provide open space on site, but we can create impact fees that could help us build parks off site and make them even the parks that we have even better. So that's something to think about as we move forward in the future, as the state imposes new requirements. Thanks. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Bob. Go ahead, Commissioner Bohar.
I guess I would certainly go along with Kelso Barnett's comments regarding the similarity to that Spain Street project. I think it's unfortunate that we approved that, given the parking situation, which was already extremely heavy on Spain Street. And a number of neighbors talk about that. It's palpable when you drive by. Also, they suffered from having that one exit on Spain Street because the Norboms wanted to retain the Napa Street side. And I think that is a similar situation here. The building massing is very imposing, I think. I appreciate the intent of getting more units on it, but I see more concern about the massing of it as being compatible with the neighborhood rather than perhaps any other issues. It doesn't seem to fit the context of the neighborhood, which has already been described in some detail. The density is also related to the shortage, I guess 1,400 square feet of open space, which is required. That issue is intensified by the massive structure on the street. Related to that, of course, is the parking. I drove down there Wednesday, Thursday afternoon, around the middle of the afternoon, and it's pretty clear that right now, even though we're in the pandemic, parking is very limited. There are only a few spaces available on the street in front of the building. That's going to force people to park around Perkins Street, I think. Parking is like a real issue. Adding tandem parking to that, I think, will exacerbate the parking issue, because that second unit's not going to be used very much. Related to that garage issue is that while the biking facilities issue may not be a major one, the biking facilities are not being met according to what we typically require. I think the substitute was to put hooks in the garages. Even with garages of standard size, people aren't going to use bicycles or on hooks if they're a regular cyclist. And if you spotted, they're not going to be able to get a bike out of there unless they pull a car out. So minor issue, but it's one of the factors that that comes with that kind of density and putting that many units. I just do not see the number of units reduced, but perhaps the size of the units could be examined. Certainly is a good site for housing, but I think I'd like to see something more compatible with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Commissioner Bargos.
Well, I think this project presents a lot of issues for the city going forward, which we're going to run into not just on this site, but elsewhere. When you start talking about compatibility in neighborhoods where you have mixed use zoning in the middle of Perkins Street, I mean, but of course it's going to conflict with the use of single family houses. It's built into it by definition going to conflict because it's a wholly different higher density use that's being allowed. So I just feel like that's inevitable, you know, that whatever goes here, whether it's this project or any other one, if it's mixed use, somebody's going to want to build a project that they can, you know, make a little money on. Not, they don't have to make a killing, but just from a practical standpoint, that drives up the land value, which drives up the density that a developer's looking to get. So we have to do this dance to reduce the density to the point where it's maybe not quite so onerous in terms of impact. I do feel like they have decreased the massing. I like this project in appearance much better than the other one. The issue of parking in cars, to Larry Barnett's point, you know, there are fewer people that are having to commute and will be having to commute, but I'm not sure how far out we are in terms of years before there's a drastic reduction in number of cars per household. Kind of depends on what kind of jobs people have. Can they work from home? Do they have office jobs they can walk to in Sonoma? And that kind of thing. I do think that the alley and the turning radius issues raised by somebody, I think it was perhaps one of the neighbors. I'm not an expert on this, but I look at this and I'm thinking, boy, I would not want to be driving down this alley and trying to get my car into a 12-foot 6 garage opening. It's going to be tough. And these people, I do think it's going to encourage street parking instead of using your garage. It's going to just, as it is, people hardly use their garages. I mean, look around town, the number of people that don't use their garages, and we're one of them. My wife and I don't park in our garage. We have stuff in there, you know? And so that's not uncommon, and that's probably what's going to happen here. Turning radius or no turning radius problems, people are going to be parking on the street. So I do think that some reduction in the number of units here is probably necessary. And I don't know whether it's 1 or 2, but you might pick up some ground where that you could add some visitor parking, or maybe space the units a little bit different so you didn't have 12-foot wide openings for garages coming off the narrow alley. But I do think it's going to need to reduce the number of units a little bit and have a little reconfiguration, I think, as Kelso Barnett suggested. But I think overall it's a big improvement, and I don't think that anyone going forward should expect anything a whole lot different than this if somebody's going to buy this and develop it in a way that's economically feasible. And just one more further thing about compatibility, it depends which way you look. I mean, there's all this. There's a shopping center, there's a fire station, there's a church, there's an acute care facility. These are all high intensity things. You've got the affordable housing project next to the firehouse. So this isn't incompatible with any of those. It's incompatible with the other houses on Perkins Street. But as I said earlier, I think that is inevitable. Whatever goes in here is going to clash with what's already on Perkins Street. There are not going to be single family houses built here. So I think everyone just needs to accept that and try to design a project that works for a developer and at the same time mitigates the traffic and parking issues for the people on Perkins.
Thank you, Steve. Has everyone had a chance to speak on this? Oh, Commissioner Weld or?
Thank you. I've had a chance with a full-size set of drawings to just kind of pour over it as both the applicant spoke and as my fellow commissioners spoke. And I think there's considerable potential here on this project. I recognize the decrease in massing from the original submittal, and I think that is certainly a plus. I think what is quite evident in the elevation is that there has been a real attempt of creating some articulation on the frontage moving back and forth. I would like to challenge the architect to give some consideration to increasing what I would call the vertical articulation. And what I mean by that is if you kind of squint at the frontage right now, the massing is all the same with exception of the 3 pop-ups for the 3rd story. But I think there may be an opportunity to possibly lower the height of the 2nd unit from each end that again may help address some of the massing concerns that have been expressed. I also am a little bit relaxed on the requirement of open space. I think from a visual standpoint, even though these front patios are private, they are principally going to be perceived as open space by those that walk by on either side of the street. And I think that in and of itself is one of the principal goals of having open space, and that's some space other than the built form, and that although it's private, I think it could still be appreciated. I think that, and I will confess, I am biased as a landscape architect. I think anywhere you can squeeze in some additional landscaping, you're going to be able to help mitigate, not eliminate, the sense of massing. And I am not a bicycle rider, and I appreciate those that ride bikes, but I would be in Vegas right now betting on how often those 3 bicycle racks are going to be used on Perkins Street. And what I see there is incredible opportunity for some improved landscape. So if you're a real bicyclist and you have a $1,200 bike, I seriously doubt that you're going to chain it up to an exposed rack like that. So I would be very open to the idea of providing some concession of I still promote bicycles, but here that land cost is too valuable to help the transition of this project site relative to landscaping. I'd also, I noticed that you've included a traffic study by Adobe Associates as far as proving the turning radius. I will not doubt their figures, but if I think the concern to the resident to the west about the very modest landscape space, which I'm reading as 4 foot 7 inches. That is a modest amount of land to help not block your project because it's ugly, but block it just as part of just a visual transition. So anything you can do to increase and create a more legitimate buffer, I think would be valuable. I also think I'm not I appreciate the fact that the overall height of the buildings have been reduced. I appreciate the fact that you did not make all these 12 units 3 stories. But I also would like to challenge you by being a little bit more sensitive to the fact that now you have 3-story units in a single family, typically single residential setting, again, principally to the west. So when I look at your floor plans for 3rd story, I see windows pointed right out to the west, which is directly into the backyard of one of the speakers who shared concerns. Maybe there are high windows. Maybe the windows are not on the west side. Maybe they can be on the north and the south side. I just think that for us to continue to feel comfortable about having structures that are 3 stories, I think we need to have a real demonstrated sensitivity to how those 3 stories might impact the surrounding neighborhood. I cannot disagree with my fellow commissioners' desire to possibly reduce the density. I am not an economist. I'm not a developer. I certainly want a successful project, but I also think that that could be revisited one more time. Let me see my notes. The last comment, and again, I don't know what the specifics, the implications might be, but as I look at your elevation, you basically have a 4-foot strip of landscaping between the city sidewalk and your 3-foot high private patio fence. Maybe the street trees need to fall within the private patios to give a little bit of greater breathing space. I'm not sure, but again, this is a lot of project for a relatively tight site, and I think it can be successful. But again, we need to continue to be creative. So I appreciate the improvements, and those are my comments.
Well, I'll chime in with some of my remarks. I agree with a lot of the things that other commissioners have said. And I appreciate the fact that there has been an attempt to reduce the massing. However, I do think that it's still, like Commissioner Kelso Bardet said, it's not that different from the previous project. And in fact, it's an increase from 9 units to 12 units, which just makes it bigger in another respect, which makes it less likely to be compatible in the neighborhood. I'm concerned that the parking situation does not meet the requirement. It has both undersized garages that only allow 9 foot per vehicle for the majority of those 2-car garages, where that's less than what we allow even for compact cars in the city, so which is 9.5. So the garages are definitely undersized. Like someone else said, that putting a couple of hooks in those garages.
You don't have any notifications.
Quiet. Alexa just spoke to me. I don't know why she's talking to me. To put hooks in there for bikes is not a solution, I don't think. And the fact that in addition to undersized garages, there's no guest parking available. It is going to really make the situation for on-street parking untenable, I think. And again, the tandem parking is problematic in those unit 1 structures. There's another thing that nobody has bothered to mention, but think of this. you have 12 units on site. Each unit has 2 trash cans at least. And on trash day, there's going to be 24 trash cans lined up on Perkins Street in the place where cars are supposed to be parking. That just doesn't work. By putting in that second building and eliminating the trash enclosure, I think you've created an untenable trash problem that just, I can't imagine you can possibly work with it. We have 4 units across the street that wheel their garbage cans out to the street. And even there's a line of garbage cans for 4 units. You're talking about 12. I don't see that happening. So I think there's a lot of work to be done yet to try to get this down to a more modest set of units, smaller units that are more compatible to fit on this site. Because to me, right now, it looks like it's packing too much in for what's available for space. And those are my remarks. I will give Jeff a chance to answer some of the comments that have been made, and hopefully not all of them have been criticisms, and some of them have, hopefully they've all been constructive criticism, so that you can take it and develop a project that will fit better. Jeff, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Awful lot to unpack there. I was going to go through the neighbors' comments and just respond. I think in general, just what I want to say first is, and I'll tag on this notion of compatibility. That's a zoning issue for the city. This property is zoned such that I could put 9 units and 10,000 square feet of residential, 36 feet tall, 10 feet off the front, 0 feet off the back, 0 feet off the right side, and 10 feet off the left side. That's what your zoning code says objectively. Those are the objective standards for this. So when somebody purchases this piece of property, you know, their rights are based on those objective standards that are in place. So this could be a much, much more massive project. A lot of the issues that came, and the second thing I want to address is when we were before you 1 year ago, and I've listened to the tape again, we were asked to increase the number of units by nearly everybody sitting here. Increase the number of units and decrease the size of the units. We've decreased the size of the units 25%. And we've increased the number of units to less than what the state density code law allows us to do. So now we're here a year later saying decrease the number of units. Parking. Our parking is a by right allowance in the state density bonus code, meets that code, 2 parking spaces per unit inclusive of guest and ADA. That's what the state code says. We're entitled to 2 concessions based on the affordable units we're providing. Those concessions are lot or site coverage and open space. Those are by right concessions. We're entitled to as many waivers as necessary where your development code does not allow the project to be developed at the density that we choose. We're only seeking 1 waiver. That waiver is the size of your parking spaces. Now, I know that no city wants to be compared to other cities, but the size of your parking spaces is enormous compared to any city around. A typical garage minimum is 18 feet by 19 feet for 2 cars. So the spaces are enormous. We do a lot of townhome projects. The alley is wider than a typical project. The aprons are deeper than a typical project. The parking garages are bigger in most cases than a typical project. Go ahead. You have a question?
Yeah,
Councilor-
continue. No,
Okay.
keep going.
In addition, the tandem parking spaces are allowed by right in the state density bonus law. So, you know, we're caught in the middle of what your zoning says, what the state says, and an objective standard like compatibility with residents that are on lots that they could turn around and develop if they so chose at a much higher density than what they currently have on their lots. So next week, the 3 neighbors behind us could get together and develop their property in a much more dense fashion as well. So at some point, the transition needs to occur. This lot is in the perfect spot for that transition to occur. I would argue that stepping from a 1-story to a street, which Perkins is a street, the alley is a street, to a 2-story, to a 3-story that's further away to a bunch of retail is a transition and creates the best compatibility we're going to get. So those are just general comments. I did want to go through the neighbors' concerns, and a lot of them are parking. We talked about the parking, the open space, and the lot coverage. We spoke about, you know, the density being too high. Again, we had less units when we came in last year. We increased it by 3. I'm not sure, you know, what the magic number is. I guess I'm left to guess what the magic number is there. Drainage, I know you guys had a long conversation about drainage as it pertains to site coverage earlier today. You know, the drainage is going to be better in the area when the project's done. There's a multitude of state laws regarding runoff, retention, cleaning the water before it leaves the site. So the drainage situation is going to be better. That was one of Mr. Goodwin's concerns. Sorry, did somebody have a question?
No, keep going.
Sorry, I just heard a voice. I'm sorry. Utilities, yeah, I mean, you know, undergrounding is sort of a standard requirement of most cities. Anybody who's obviously being served above ground is going to continue to be served. You know, the engineers would have to tell me exactly where the poles are going to be and all that, but that's shouldn't be a concern that something would happen there that would cause a problem. The affordable units, obviously, the state and the city have controls in place to maintain that affordability for you know, a certain number of years, and compile lists of who can buy the units and rent the units and things like that. Mr. Bencher mentioned the mixed use. And again, I think one of the commissioners mentioned this. I mentioned it earlier. You know, a mixed use project here would just be much more impactful on the neighbors on Perkins. I mean, a mixed use project, I mean, commercial drives more parking and traffic by 5-fold than residential. So I think a mixed use project here would be a mistake for, you know, whoever develops the project. I think several of you have agreed that 100% residential project here is probably the proper way to go. An entry off of 2nd Street, I would argue that your engineering department would much prefer an entry off of Perkins, but you know, we can certainly have that conversation and see where it goes. Mr. Finucci's you know, comments about the height, and I mean, we meet the building code for height. Okay, and not only do we meet the building code for height, but we've reduced the height on, I don't know, 60 to 70% of the building to be far below what your building code allows for the height. You know, the notion of putting 3 smaller residences on this lot, I mean, maybe you can find somebody to do that. I would argue that that's not in the best interest of the city or the neighbors, really, to have 3 small residences on this lot, you know, next to retail, close to downtown, walking distance to parks and churches and offices and things like that. You know, we can't do anything about the parking issues in and around this neighborhood that are driven mostly by the commercial uses in the neighborhood. I think that one of the commissioners had a great idea: permit parking for the residents. You know, put a pink sign on the street that says resident parking, and you need a pink sticker on your car to park there. That would help solve the problem much more quickly than us taking one unit off of this project and adding 2 parking spaces. Let's see. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm just trying to look at all of your various comments and glean a direction that seems to be most sought after. I think that we did have the turning radius reviewed, by a traffic engineer to make sure that worked. I agree the bike racks outside will not be used. We can certainly work on designing some bike storage inside for those who would be avid cyclists and would want to use that bike storage. Certainly can always look at window orientation and things like that. The landscape strip certainly can be looked at. Although trash companies don't love to do it, they can drive down the alley and pick up the trash. We have it in many townhome projects where the alleys are much more difficult to navigate than these are. So if that's a concern to have the cans out there, they could certainly be picked up at their point there outside the garages. I guess what I'd say in the end is, we increased the density and significantly decreased the unit size based on direct feedback from the Planning Commission. I don't know that there's any feasibility to further reduce the unit sizes and have this be a project that's viable for anyone to build. The potential to go back and remove another unit, I suppose, is always there. But then again, the city's not going to build the housing that the city wants. It's got to be viable to be built by, somebody who, is going to want to make a profit. I'm going to assume. So, we've got to strike some balance between the by right objective standards of the site, the by right objective standards in the state building code, and the notion that we have to be more compatible with neighbors whose homes are sited on properties that are zoned to be much more intense than they currently are. Yes, sir.
All right, so I have 2 questions actually for staff first. Is our garage, the parking space, garage size, is that an objective standard in our code? I mean, we were told that we have much larger parking spaces than other cities, but that's irrelevant. For our city, is that objective?
Yes.
Can a staff member answer that? So that's an objective standard. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Number 2, in terms of our density bonus, the applicant earlier said that the whole point of the density bonus is to increase the number of affordable housing units on the project. And we were told that the percentage of affordable housing is just for the base zoning, and it doesn't matter with the increase in the density bonus. Is that true? I'm asking
Either Wendy or David.
We're here.
Is that true? I mean, I always was under the assumption that you get more units, but the whole point of that was to increase the number of affordable units.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need to be affordable units with a density bonus.
It only applies to the base zoning. Correct?
Yeah.
I believe that my understanding has always been that the density bonus, if it gets triggered, it gets triggered by the inclusion of affordable units, but that the added bonus of the number of units do not have to be affordable units.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to clarify that. That's a good segue. This, as the applicant discussed, the base zoning is mixed use zoning on this site. And I think the intent, and we've talked about intent in our code for various agenda items tonight, I think the intent of mixed use zoning was obviously to combine commercial and residential. And the residential within that mixed use zoning would probably be smaller flats or smaller apartments in one building. And what we see in this building is obviously we see one building, but there's sort of townhomes condoized. And what I would ask the applicant to consider is some sort of different sort of site plan where you could have maybe smaller units, maybe even more units depending on the zoning, but with perhaps communal parking, or I don't understand that. I mean, perhaps it could be a rental project. I think there are different ways to imagine this project that could go away from the alley, garage, condo, townhome style. And I think that would be appropriate for the adjacency to the marketplace. And I think that's ultimately the project that should have occurred near Sonoma Market. And I feel we're going to replicate that here. And I would encourage rethinking the site plan and really delivering the intent of mixed use zoning, which wasn't just townhomes, but smaller units, a parking, a communal parking situation, something that will create more opportunities for housing for people from all different backgrounds that would be compatible with the neighborhood. And if it comes down to economics, I understand that. Obviously, the economics are important. And I think that's, then we talk about the base land costs, and obviously that's a whole nother issue. But I do think the intent of mixed use zoning was smaller units and not necessarily delivered in this fashion.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Well, just a couple of quick comments. First of all, my evaluation of the mixed use zoning is it's basically been useless and a flop. The original intention of the mixed use zoning had the assumption that the combination of commercial and residential was a viable combination. What I've learned in discussions with the development community is that it's not a viable combination, that it makes it much more difficult to secure financing. And it ended up with the hybrid style projects that if we just look at Sonoma, they aren't getting built. And they aren't getting built because they don't work. I think that going forward, we ought to take a serious look at eliminating the mixed use designation entirely and converting it to residential, because that's what we want as housing. And further, the mixed use approach was always that it was intended to produce multi-family units, which means apartment buildings. It didn't mean townhomes or condos. It meant apartment buildings. And we didn't get any of those either. And we may not get any of those. So that's the first comment, which is the reality of the mixed use zoning designation. The second comment has to do with the site layout. I think one option that looking at the site plan again while others were talking indicates to me that you've got essentially one end, the north end of this property, which we tend to think of as a portion of the L, backs up on essentially an ugly blockish building in the shopping center, and some walkways and pedestrian and planted areas adjacent to the street. You've got the potential to have a whole series of units that are essentially arrayed along that northern edge of the property, to potentially create a gap between a structure that takes up that back northern section, creates egress off 2nd Street for either an entry, the primary entry, or a one-way entry into the project, and then the creation of a separate building with a different profile and a different height structure for the area closer to Perkins Street. You have something that is essentially so nondescript, or one could even say ugly, on the other side of the fence on the north side in the Marketplace Shopping Center, that you probably could do with true 3-story structure there for 3 or 4 units at least, which would be not particularly intrusive at all, because they're going to be backing up on a blocky, solid commercial development and some landscaped area. So I do think there's a way of re-envisioning how the site gets developed. It wouldn't be one continuous long building with an adjunct annex in the back section of the L, but could be two different kinds of structures, one centered toward the northern end and one centered to the balance of the property with a circulation plan that runs between them and affords a different way of envisioning the way the whole circulation and layout of the property gets used. So I know that that would be a big departure from this kind of straight line building approach, which basically looks like an apartment building, but it's not. But we're not going to get an apartment building. So I'm just trying to stimulate that I think that the architecture and design on this thing is creative and there's talent behind it. And there's a way to do this in a creative way that might be able to satisfy both ends. A higher dense project on the north side of the property and a lower, less dense project on the southern or portions of the property abutting on Perkins Street. There's a way to do this. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're about ready to wind this thing up.
We have another public comment.
Uh,
Someone would like to speak.
we don't have the public
Okay.
hearing open yet.
You wanted to speak?
This is informal. Okay, let's give them a chance to speak.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Just
Okay, Keith, you can speak.
Thank you. Thank you again for the chance to comment. I just wanted to from my standpoint, I am sensitive to the term compatibility as well. A lot of people have mentioned it because I'm not sure the new state laws allow consideration of that. To me, I think it's worth noting that the core problem here and why we keep seeing projects like this is that the purchase price the developer needs to make for this property is very high, speculative maybe, and it's due to the potential entitlements associated with the mixed use designation. I know Mr. Potts said, he's in, it's by right or, whatever the zoning entitlements are. But, when I reference mixed use, I really reference the designation, not whether it should in fact be mixed use. Residential is totally fine. I'm just saying that if the city has objective standards that are not met, it can enforce those. 36 feet in height is not by right, requires a permit. Neither is 5 or more units. And, perhaps if the Planning Commission were to say that this type of project is not approved, we'd stop seeing it here and the land value may decline and a more suitable project could be developed with the same density, far less massing, and provide a return for the developer because the land value is less expensive.
I'm sure you're all tired of listening to me talk. Can I just make one response to that and one clarification about the mixed use?
Go ahead.
Based on Commissioner Barnett's. I think Commissioner Barnett is right in most cases. The mixed use, most developers do not want to do what we term a vertical mixed use project. They're much more happy to do a horizontal mixed use project where the buildings are separated and can be sold differently and separately and all of that. But that's not to say we don't do them in much more intense areas. And I think that's the difference, right? We're doing 7 stories of residential over a retail project. But just in reading your mixed use zoning is intended to allow for higher density housing types such as apartments and condominiums, both separately and in conjunction with commercial and office development in order to increase housing opportunities, reduce dependence on automobile, and provide a pedestrian presence in commercial areas. Seems pretty clear to me that that's what we're trying to do. One way to reduce the dependence on automobiles is make less parking spaces for them. It's a by right residential only. Excuse me. Sorry.
I was going to say they don't need garages at all.
You wouldn't have to convince me too hard on that either. So
I think we've probably given you as much direction as we can tonight. Hopefully, you're able to take some stuff away that will help you to proceed on your project. With that,
Would it be possible for me to speak? My name's Chris Deluzak.
yes, that's the project, that's the property owner.
yes, I'll let you speak, Chris.
Thank you. You know, I watch these meetings and I watch the commissioners, right? And I come there, you know, I know the laws, I know the rules, and I come there to get your advice, okay? I listened to this whole thing, and this is the second time, and I'm a very positive thinking person. What I got out of this whole meeting was that it would be nice to have an entrance on 2nd Street, which would make it easier for cars to get in and out of it. Maybe lower the mass on the ends so that the mass isn't so big on the ends. And to make sure our windows are in the right place. Am I missing something? I mean, I you know, I come to get your advice and I pay for that advice, and I'm listening to this, not understanding what we should do. You know, is that the right way to approach it? We need to put an entrance on 2nd Street and make it a one-way through that place. I understand the thing about the garages. We can take a look at the garages, but is there anything else that you'd like to present? I mean, at the end, Robert, you gotta give me some directions here. I just can't keep going year after year, you know, trying to figure out what's going to please everybody there, and also to build a building that's going to fit into Sonoma. I'm proud of the work I do in Sonoma. You know, I really am. I thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. All I can say is we have commented on what you've proposed for your study session, and if you can carry any positive criticism or suggestions away from this, great. If you're still confused as to where you want to head, all I can say is you can formally submit for a use permit and see where it goes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just add,
Yes,
we need to get to the end of this particular study session. Just to recap, the whole process of a study session is a benefit to an applicant. They're not obligated to go through this process. They can submit applications and we react to it, whether we recommend approval, denial, or approval with conditions. That's the discretionary nature of this type of a project. In this case, you've now given the applicant 2 opportunities to seek your collective input. You receive that now as an applicant and a property owner, and you know, you're not going to have the planning commission design your project for you. They're going to react to what it is that's in front of them. And that's what you've done tonight. So I think you've provided adequate information short of designing the project. That's really not your responsibility. You can react when a formal submittal is presented to you, and clearly you can make changes to that project as it's presented to you with conditions of approval or through redesign. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close this item.
I have a question. I have a question.
All right, one more.
The architect described Chris Deluzak as the property owner. Has he purchased the property? Because there's still a for sale sign on it, isn't there?
I don't believe that from the county records that Chris Deluzak is the actual property owner. He may have an intent to purchase it or right to.
Okay.
Dibs.
Thank you.
Okay, this item 9 is closed then, and we'll move on. And it's what for the one that I added to the agenda for updates from the planning director.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn the time over to Wendy.
Excuse me, David, before I go, can we now take the other people off the participation?
Yes.
It looks like we still have somebody that has talking permitted.
All right. So thank you, David. I think I'll stop sharing my screen at this point. Okay. I just wanted to give an update on the housing update. So as you all know, we're in the sixth RENA cycle, which will last until the end of or the beginning of 23. We are watching what others in the sixth cycle are doing because they're 1 year ahead of us in the cycle, such as Sacramento. The regional affordable numbers are not final, and ABAG will be adopting them this spring and summer. As you know, there have been 2 meetings of the Planning Commission in September and October, and staff will continue to provide updates in the director's reports when there's something to report. City Council Ad Hoc Committee will be recommended to the City Council at the beginning of the year. We're currently reviewing the Housing Element Site Inventory Guidebook and other data. There have been no City of Sonoma meetings regarding the housing element, and staff is exploring the best methods to communicate to the public during COVID and afterwards. We're also working on getting a consultant on board and perhaps working with other jurisdictions for cost sharing. And I was just displaying the, let me display this RENA chart if I can. And that's my update.
Thanks. If you can just show that chart.
Yeah, I'm trying.
That's all right. This particular chart that Wendy's going to put up is one that was shared today.
Oh, the other one. Okay.
Actually, why don't you leave that up there real quick, if you don't mind, Wendy. Commissioners, we can send you a hard copy of this. As you know, we're getting to the end of a new of a year, 2020, in which we will report to HCD the building permit activity of the city as it relates to the current fifth cycle that we are in. Can you blow that up, Wendy? I'm having a hard time seeing it, so maybe the commissioners might not be able to see it as well. But if you can see right there, again, in our annual reports, they're called APRs, annual progress reports. In 2000, you can see on the top column there that that's our regional housing needs allocation for the last cycle. And you can see that we had a number of 137 units there. And that's made up of 4 categories. And I've just kind of highlighted the above moderate category of the number 63, because as you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see that we've actually issued 66 above moderate building permits. So we've actually exceeded that, and we still have 3 years to go, or 4 reporting years to go in our cycle. Obviously, we've got information for 2020 that we'll add in there as soon as the year is over. What you can see in 2015, and I don't know the reason for this, but it shows that we had no units in 2015. I kind of find that hard to believe, but in 2016, we picked up 12 above moderate. 2017, we added a moderate and 9 above moderate. You can see in 2018, we added some low, some moderates, and above moderates. The bottom line is you can see there that we've hit 0 on the very low income category, but that will change. Wendy, if you can just slide down just a tad, please. You'll see there that if,
see,
you'll see there, yeah, there you go. For 2020, you can see that if we add just the 38 units that will come online in 2020, which we know they have for the Saha project, then we've actually exceeded our very low income category in the next reporting period. And the 9 units that you see prior to that are the actual low income units of the Saha project. So we're looking in a good spot as far as meeting our arena numbers. And my guess is that by the time we get through the next reporting cycles of 2021, 22, and 23, that will probably exceed all of the categories. I'm only concerned about the low income, not the very low income, because like I said, the Saha project will blow that out beyond the 24 units that we were asked to have allocated for the zoning. So we'll certainly meet the 137 by the end of the next 4 reporting periods. The reason I bring this up in the report with Wendy is there is a move afoot with other jurisdictions, not only in Sonoma County, but elsewhere throughout the state, that are concerned about meeting or exceeding the 5th cycle and not being able to meet the 6th cycle because those numbers, in the opinion of many planners, are way too high based on what the governor has directed to happen throughout the state. And while it's a good thing to increase the production of housing, there are going to be many communities that aren't going to be able to meet their arenas within that 8-year period. And they want to be able to have the ability to transfer units above the arena numbers of the 5th cycle and get credit in the 6th cycle. So that move is underfoot as we speak, and I'll report more about that later in the new year. That concludes my comments. I think there's a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, a question.
Go ahead, Council.
David, I'm just curious. I haven't been following or participating in any of these ABAG meetings. 2019 was the first year, I think, where the population of California actually declined. And, obviously fires and cost of living and work from home, and as I would like to say, perhaps burdensome regulation from Sacramento. Has there been any thought in ABAG that maybe this growth is just not constant and the need for all this new housing may not necessarily be necessary if our population does not continue to grow?
Yes, and that's been the thought process that's been discussed throughout the methodology, the Housing Methodology Committee. I may have forwarded some of the letters from other jurisdictions that are very concerned about their inability to be able to provide for the RHNA numbers within their current city limits. And it certainly doesn't make sense to have increased numbers in unincorporated areas because they're not by definition urban areas or even urbanized areas. So yes, that is correct. But when you look at the increased number of housing for ABAG that it got assigned, it's not insignificant. And I think at this point, we along with other cities could actually appeal the numbers that we've been assigned. But the problem is those numbers, even if let's say, for example, we went from 300 down to 100, those 200 units still stay within the ABAG region. They just got to be reallocated somewhere. It's quite a quandary for us.
But it's based on this assumption that we're going to add 5 million people, let's say, to California in the next 8 years. What if that doesn't happen?
Well, it's probably not going to happen, but irrespective of that, we're still obligated to put the zoning in place to allow for the allocations we receive.
Right. All right. Thank you.
One further question, David. The reality of the housing market, which includes all of these RHNA implications, is that some communities are more desirable to live in than others. To what extent, in determining these RHNA numbers, have they incorporated this notion of desirability? I mean, it's one thing to say to the town of Sonoma or Sonoma Valley, which is a very desirable place to live, these are the number of units we want you to create, whereas in another community which has a much lower economic profile or a lack of city services or parks or other things that make it desirable, to insist on a number of houses in a less desirable community is essentially like getting blood from a stone. Why would they expect that the housing industry is going to respond to an imperative in a community that nobody wants to live in?
Yeah, in a perfect world, I'd have a great response for you. Thank you for that. Without going too far off the agenda item on an update, thank you for that. But Yeah, welcome to our world, Mr. Barnett.
Okay.
And also to the world of the rest of the 101 communities within the North, within ABAG's territory. I do have a couple of other things to provide updates on if I can, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief here. This next Monday night, the 14th of December, the City Council will be hearing, we'll be reviewing a resolution to issue a conditional certificate to Spark. Your commission may recall that the prior resolution that we had died on a 2-2 vote, and that will be coming back to the council this Monday night. And then also, again, thanks to Christina for her hard work on the zoning code updates. The council will also be reviewing the first reading of that ordinance on those items that she just kind of briefly mentioned tonight. So again, thank you to Christina for, again, getting something done before the end of the year. They'll become effective after this 30 days after the second reading. But the point is, we made our commitment to the community collectively as a staff and the city planning commission and city council. There will be more to come. This next Monday evening will also be our city manager Kathy's last meeting. So we expect that to be an interesting meeting. Let's just say that for now. Can't say too much about it. We also have a new city manager, an interim city manager joining the city on January the 1st. His name is Dave Kiff. He's currently the interim city manager in Healdsburg. They have a new city manager being assigned there starting on the 1st. So he'll be flipping from Healdsburg over to the city of Sonoma. Your planning commission will next meet on the 14th of December. And I just mentioned that because
14th.
I'm sorry, January. Thank you. Thank you. I wrote it down incorrect. And I mentioned that because at that meeting, which will be your first meeting of 2021, we'll be having a study session on a pre-zoning and annexation request of the Doyle property. So if you have any questions about that or are interested, you can certainly reach out to Christina and myself. The next city council meeting after the one on this Monday will be on the 20th of January. And at this point, tentatively scheduling a housing element update, basically going before the city council and bringing them up to speed as to where you were back in September and October and things that we just reported just a moment ago. City Hall will be closed from the 24th of December to the 3rd of January, basically reopening on the 4th of January. And again, another thanks to Christina. We received notice from HCD that we received an additional $65,000 in LEAP funding, which is very similar to the SB2 funding of $160,000. And Christina also was able to get us HCD reimbursement of over $55,000 that we spent on some of our housing activities over the last year and a half. So that's all I have to report, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And happy holidays.
When did you say that city council meeting was on the 18th?
No, next Monday.
No, the one in
The 20th.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that'll be the city council.
Martin Luther King. Okay. Is
Yeah.
that when they're going to make the commission selections?
I don't know. I do know that the application period ends on the 18th of this month.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure. I'll have to confer with the city clerk at that point.
I would like to schedule an election of officers in January. But we won't know the new commission members.
No, we won't. Obviously new council members will have the ability to make their appointments whenever.
Would you put it on on the top of our February meeting for election of officers then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's also complicated by Rachel Hundley's plan to resign on January 31. So the appointment of the planning commission would be contingent on a decision on somebody's part as to whether or not she could make an appointment that would only last for 2 weeks. So the whole thing's gotten a little, as we say in Yiddish, verschimmelt.
Not only that, she's only announced her resignation on Facebook. I don't believe she submitted a formal letter to the city manager yet.
That's correct. So it's actually a planned resignation. She
Yeah.
could change her mind.
Yep. Other comments from the commission?
Yeah, I've got one quick one. I've accepted the fact that the temporary seasonal tents that are popping up now all over town are being administratively approved. I hope all these applicants who've put in for these tents understand that this is not going to be the new normal, that what we're doing at this point is unusual and provisional because of the current situation, and they should not make the assumption that just because they're now getting into the habit of popping up tents because they want them and they're easy to get, that this is something that's going to go on in the forward. And I hope city staff is going to let these people know that we're developing some standards and we're going to be imposing them once life get back to normal, which I expect it will at some point, and that they shouldn't count on being able to do in the future what they're doing this year.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Your comments are noted, and Wendy and Christina have both been working on this more hours than I'd like to dedicate.
I'll bet.
On that very issue. And yes, the temporary use permits do come with end dates tied to the end of COVID plus so many days, and that they are aware that these are not going to be long lasting. If they are, they want to come back to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Other comments from commissioners? Let's have a motion to adjourn then.
So moved.
Is there a second? We're adjourned.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Stay safe. Stay safe. Be healthy. Stay safe.
Yep.
Happy holidays.
Good night.